Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. We are going to ask that we take our seats so that we can commence with our session. We don't have time. Normally these sessions, we run them from 9 until around 4 to give participants enough time to engage with the presentation. Today, unfortunately, we've got time constraints because 2 o'clock we have to be in the House because the President, there will be a debate on the budget of the Office of the President. So we will have to manage time such that at least by 10 to 1 we are done, we can go and have lunch. Then we can go to Parliament to process what we have mandated us to do, which is one of the things is the budget. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome you. My name is Suprao Bakeng Ramweletse Mahumapelo. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation. There are many other things which are former this about me. I don't want to waste your time with the formers. There are too many. But currently I'm a member of Parliament here in Cape Town, chairperson of International Relations. I'm going to ask the members here to introduce themselves individually. As soon as we are done with that, we will ask the speaker of the legislature of the Western Cape, to welcome us to this beautiful province of the Western Cape. Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, colleague, and everyone here today. My name is Ngobile Mhlongo, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I'm a member of this Committee of International Relations and Cooperation. And on behalf of the EFF, I'm responsible on the head of International Relations. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Honorable Wesley Douglas. I represent the Mkhonto we Sizwe political party, official opposition. I am what they call the shadow minister or official representative for international relations for MK. I'm also the whip for the peace and security cluster within the caucus, so everything to do with defense and police, etc. And it's a privilege to be with you here and to hear from all of you. Today we're here to hear from you and to really hear what is in your heart so that we can take it up in government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Andisiwe Kumbaca. I'm a member of the International Relations and Cooperation Committee. I represent the African National Congress, and I'm also the whip for the African National Congress for International Relations. I'm also part of the Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Committee and the Joint Committee on Members' Interests and Ethics and the Parliamentary Group of International Relations. Thank you very much.
Morning, colleagues. Thank you for being here today. We're looking very forward to the engagements. My name is Emma Louise Powell. I am the DA's representative on this committee in Parliament. I'm also the DA's Security Cluster Whip in Parliament and the national spokesperson for the party on foreign affairs.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable colleagues, as well as the committee from the international side, and most of all, yourselves. We welcome you today. My name is Imran Musa, honorable member of the Al Jamaa Party. I'm also the chief whip of Al Jamaa in Parliament. Thank you so much. Enjoy your participation.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the introductions. We will just wait for the speaker to sign the attendance register, and as soon as the speaker is done, he will then welcome us today here in the Western Cape. Over to you, honorable speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to the committee's honorable members. Welcome to the Western Cape. Colleagues, it is indeed a great privilege and an honor for me to welcome you to this beautiful province, and in the words of the President, to a province that works. So thank you very much for this engagement this morning, and to the stakeholders for the participation. Chair, I think this is an absolutely critical step if you look at the role of Parliament that we are constitutionally mandated to do as parliaments, whether it's the legislature or the National Assembly, where public participation and engagement is a core democratic principle, where we get input from the people that elected us to represent them in our legislatures and in Parliament. Chair, I think critically so is also international relations. That's not just doesn't just affect members of Parliament, but affects South Africa, affects the provinces that we represent, but ultimately it affects the citizens through economic growth. The lack of a fundamental foreign policy on various issues could ultimately affect the economic growth of the citizens, and ultimately in this particular province, economic growth and jobs is the cornerstone of what we do. We need to ensure that we uplift our people out of poverty, and economic policy, and we've seen it in the media across the last couple of months, how bad implementation of foreign policy can absolutely affect the citizens on the ground. And for somebody that comes from the rural town of Beaufort West, which is 500 kilometers away from the center of the city of Cape Town, those decisions that we as elected representatives take or makes on a daily basis affects even the most or the furthest part of this province. So I look forward to this engagement, and please ensure that we, with the decisions that we take, that we leave no one behind. It would also be remiss of me not to acknowledge the Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Honourable Allen, and the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Syed. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to a robust debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Michelle, our Speaker of the Legislature of the Western Cape, and we are also honored to have you, Deputy Speaker Ellen, and the leader of the opposition, official opposition in the legislature of the Western Cape, Honorable Khalid, other councillors who may be here in your different capacities. We are also welcoming you, all the organizations that are here, universities, colleges, and everyone else, the media. You are welcomed, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, the construction of South Africa is a long journey. It's actually like a road that is perpetually under construction. It has taken us, it took us 342 years precisely to arrive at 1994 democratic elections, 342 years. So it was a long journey. And 1994, and I always say to people, 1994 was the beginning of the hard work to build the new South Africa, which is integrated, which is democratic, which is inclusive, where we deepen democracy, integration of our society, which is still taking place. I mean, it's still difficult. We are facing many, many difficulties in the country. But the most important thing is that in South Africa, at least after 342 years, we were able to say all the tensions that were there, the differences that were there, we need to base them now on agreeing to the Constitution of the Republic. Now, this Constitution of the Republic, honorable members, in terms of Section 57, read with the National Parliament Rule 225, it established the portfolio committees of Parliament. Then Section 55 and Section 92 of the Constitution, read with Rule 227, gives the responsibility to committees to oversee and ensure accountability in formulation and conduct of South Africa's foreign policy. Section 59 of the Constitution, there's an obligation to ensure that in conducting this international relations work, there's public access and involvement in the National Assembly. Section 59, subsection 1, subsection A of the Constitution provides that the National Assembly must facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly, as the Honorable Speaker, when he was welcoming us, indicated here. It follows, therefore, that the Portfolio Committee ensures public participation in the otherwise what I like characterizing as elitist foreign policy environment. I characterize it as elitist policy environment because for the last 31 years in South Africa, matters of international relations basically have been matters that belong to the professors, the doctors, the experts, universities, and other institutions which are independent, which deal with matters of international relations. If you go to the streets here in South Africa, either a village, in a farm, or you go to an informal settlement or a township, or you go to a taxi rank here, we are not far from a taxi rank, and you ask them about South Africa's foreign policy, our people don't have a relationship with that environment. And all those people are taxpayers. They pay the tax. And the 115 missions that South Africa has and consulates all over the world are a consequence of the taxpayer. So it was not because of the taxpayer, where taxes are collected among people and treasury distributes to different departments and so on, we will not be able to carry those embassies which represent South Africa. So the footprints that you have all over the world, 115, through embassies, are a consequence, as I say, of the taxpayer. But the taxpayer is not aware of what these officers are doing. The only time they come closer to understanding what those officers are doing is either when they need a visa to go somewhere, or when someone passes away overseas and the body must be repatriated to come home. It's then that people begin to know, and they get frustrated also in the process. They can't access the department, they can't access the public service that must help them there, and so on. So, as the committee, we then, having looked at this environment, that it's not enough for us to only involve the people. When there's a bill that comes from DERCO, and the bill has to be taken down to the people for consultation. So we said that's not enough. And you may have seen also the courts in South Africa, in some instances, has actually ruled against the government on consultation that is not enough in as far as even those bills are concerned. That's why the government has lost some of the cases, because in the process sometimes we cut corners in making sure that there is consultation. So it means we have a responsibility to deepen and deepen all the time, make sure that we involve as many of our people as possible in the affairs of government, particularly in international relations, whether they are educated, whether they are uneducated, whether they are poor, whether they are rich. It doesn't matter their status in society. They have to know what is it that we are doing. In addition, honorable members, you would know that we are three spheres. In terms of the Constitution, we are three spheres. We have the national sphere, the provincial sphere, and the local sphere of government. These spheres of government are interrelated, are interdependent, but they are autonomous. So what it means is that they must work together to collaborate to make sure that we build this united democratic South Africa which is prosperous. But it doesn't mean that another sphere can dictate to another sphere on what to do and what not to do. Everything has to be done through collaborative efforts. That's why there is an Intergovernmental Framework Act which regulates the relationship between the different spheres of government arising from the Constitution of the Republic. And by the way, this Constitution next year, it will be doing 30 years. It was adopted in 1996, so next year we are celebrating 30 years of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. So I hope government, all the spheres will set up processes where people can say, what does this 30-year celebration of the Constitution mean for them? So, the Portfolio Committee on International Relations then came up with the idea that because we have a responsibility basically to do three things. One, to make sure that there's public participation in our affairs of parliament. Two, to make laws. Three, to hold the executive accountable. When you look at these three responsibilities, in making laws, it's very rare that you'll have a member of the public suggesting something that ultimately can become a law in the country. Even private members' bills, they know, members here. To go through the private members' bills, which can either come from a member or a member of the public requesting a member to use that provision, that we can have a bill and ultimately an act. It's a mountain to climb. it means there's limitation on involving people in as far as that responsibility is concerned. The second one, of holding the executive accountable, there's also limitations, because what happens is that the committee sits with the minister, deputy minister, and those who are running the departments administratively. You see us on TV, and sometimes it ends there. You don't have very rigorous, intentional, well-sustained system that says if you are in Kaelisha, if you are in Craddock, this is what, on a daily basis, if you think you need to raise an issue where you need to hold a minister accountable on any matter, you can do it and you get the response within a day or two. So we still have to improve in that area. And the third one is public participation, which we are trying to do through the committee. So what we are trying to do is to work with the legislatures, is to work with the municipalities throughout the country, so that through the municipalities, because the municipalities are extended through the ward committees to the people on the ground, that we use those government structures to try and involve our people. What does it mean in practical terms? Two things that we are suggesting as the portfolio committee, and which we intended to do through this process, is that if you are in a village or in a farm, and you want to raise issues that pertain to matters of international relations, firstly, it may be about trade agreements between South Africa and the rest of the world. You should be able to communicate your intention, your question, your inquiry to a member of the ward committee. And the ward committee member must be able to help you transmit that quickly to Parliament, portfolio committee, and you should be able to get the response as quickly as possible on that particular matter. But there's another complication. The complication, and I'll give one example. Let's take trade agreements. These trade agreements that we have in South Africa, our people don't know what they are about. Our people don't even know what are these countries that we've got trade agreements with. And most importantly, our people don't know the benefits that must accrue to them individually and collectively through their enterprises, through their companies, through their sole proprietorship, for them to participate meaningfully in the economy of South Africa when these foreign direct investments come into South Africa through the trade agreements. Or for them to be able to participate in exporting whatever products that they have overseas through the trade agreements. Our people don't know. So if you don't have a consultant who help you, you are an entrepreneur. If you don't have lawyers who help you, and maybe some of your connections that you have, for you to know what trade and industry does based on the trade agreements that are facilitated by DERCO, you would not know as a South African that you have such an opportunity. So it means government is hamstringing our own people, its own people. They are being hamstrung because they don't have the information. They don't have the platforms to facilitate those things. So that's why this portfolio committee is saying, through this process, we want to expose our people to all the trade agreements. There's a battle between now ourselves and, as the portfolio committee and the department members will know, we are still struggling to get from DERCO and the Department of Trade and Industry the details about, for them to account on the details around trade agreements. So where we are sitting here, we don't have those reports that say these trade agreements, this is how they impact on the lives of our people. And it's only now that this committee has insisted that On a quarterly basis, there's now going to have to be an accountability by the minister on behalf of the department, working with GTIC to us and say, the trade agreements that South Africa has entered into, how are these benefits accruing to our people to change the lives of our people? So I'm just making an example with one. There are many other things that we have to deal with in Department of Trade and Industry and DERCO, where our people should be benefiting. So you can raise your issues through those structures, through the ward committee, municipality, provincial legislature, through the office of the speaker, through the committees there, then they come to us as parliament. The other platform which we have requested parliament to establish and introduce is that at any time of the day or night, if you want to communicate with the portfolio committee, you must use various platforms of communication, which include social media, which includes emailing and so on, to send whatever matter you want to send through parliament to the portfolio committee. So we are saying those two platforms have to be created where you can send that information to the portfolio committee. Then we should be able to respond to you as the portfolio committee. You must understand, ladies and gentlemen, some of these things are new, so they will not be perfect, they will mature over time. For instance, Parliament is not used to receiving issues on a daily basis from people and processing them on a daily basis. So we just hope that one day, as Parliament now, not just DERCO, we can reach a stage where when you log in a matter, you send to Parliament, you get an SMS that says, your matter has been received, this is your ref number, we will come back to you within 24 hours or 72 hours, and indeed they must come back to you within that period, because the system must be such that you are able to refer the matter quickly to either a department or a member, and we're able to respond to you immediately. So that practice is not yet there in Parliament. So through these processes, we hope and wish that we can push Parliament to ultimately reach that level, where people can get the responses as quickly as possible, where people can influence the decisions that are taking place. I mean, let's take, for example, there are issues that are taking place now in safety. In SAPS, there are so many issues about the minister, about the generals, and so on and so on. We don't have a system in Parliament where if you are in Grabo, you can say to them as an individual, I need immediate clarity on, or I'm not clear on the following issues. Can you clarify me instantly, so that you get that clarity from government, not from the media? Because you are not paying your tax to the media, you are paying your tax to the government. So you are entitled to that information. So you will not get it because that system is not yet there. We all rely on the news and so on and so forth. So that's the purpose. And we hope working with yourselves, working with you, Office of the Speaker, over time this system can mature and our people can make use of the system to hold us better accountable, including individual. If you are a member of society, you want to know why Supra Mahumapelo is doing such and such a thing, and he's a member of Parliament, you should be able to get the response immediately so that you can get the clarity. So we hope that through this process we can enhance the work that that Parliament is doing through the International Relations Portfolio Committee. We are also going to encourage you members to follow our meetings of the Portfolio Committee. There are various platforms that Parliament is providing, particularly meetings where we are engaging with the department. Please follow on on different channels that Parliament is providing, so that you can send whatever issues you want to raise to help enhance the quality of questions and probing and introduction and interrogation that comes from the portfolio committee. You can empower us better by making sure that you send us those issues, then we raise them on your behalf with the department. I'll make an example. The schedules of our meeting are put on our website. So it means from now onwards, now that we're going to work together, you will know that next week or 2 weeks from now, we're going to be meeting with the minister and the department. It means you now have the power to work with us and say, when you meet with the minister, please raise the following issues, so that we can raise them with the. You can, during that interaction, log in. You can then monitor us as the portfolio committee to check if indeed we raised your issues. And I think what we can do as soon as the system starts maturing, before the minister even comes to the portfolio committee, we should be able, through our administration, to say the public has already sent these issues to us. Minister, when you come to the portfolio committee, come ready to respond to these issues, so that we send them in advance. Then you would know that you will then get responses from the minister on any matter, whether it's the relationship between the US and South Africa, or European Union and South Africa, whether it's the tariffs that are imposed on different countries and South Africa by President Trump and the US, or whether it's about Ukraine and Russia, or whether it's about our relationship with Saudi Arabia or any country in the world, or it's about ambassadors and the work that they do. You can, working with us as a portfolio committee, send those issues to us so that we can raise them. So in summary, our expectation is that, as I said, we will use we hope that municipalities can designate somebody in a ward committee to say, you will be responsible for matters of international relations through the system that they have there, working with the office of the speaker. We can do that with the portfolio committee of the legislature, and then the issues can be sent to us. But also, you can use different platforms of parliament to make sure that issues that come from you, we raise them on your behalf, so that it must be ongoingly interactive between ourselves and yourselves. We're happy to see the youth here from the school who are here, the future of South Africa. We welcome you. We are happy that you have made time to come to have a session here and participate with honorable members of parliament. Amongst you, there will be presidents here. There will be ministers amongst you. There will be premiers, there will be MECs, there will be mayors from yourselves here. And we hope that you will perform better than us, because we, for instance, those of us who were born in the 50s and the 40s, in the process of us being members, then technology is introduced. And we struggle sometimes to use the technology. You find technology in place, so you are more comfortable with technology, so you can use it better than us. That's why I'm saying you'll be better public representatives than us, because you are in a better environment than where we come from. So I think you will serve the public much, much better than ourselves, because of familiarity with AI and other future technologies that we don't know, which are going to be introduced in future. So you are welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, that is what we are starting. We started this in Mpumalanga. We are done there. We went to the Northwest Province. We went to Gauteng. Today we are here in the Western Cape, the Cape of Good Hope. We will be covering the rest of the country, and our hope is that by the end of the next financial year, 2026, 2027, we'll have covered the rest of the country and the system will start running and people will get used to the system. What we will now do, we are going to allow you, ladies and gentlemen, you can raise whatever matter you want to raise about the presentation. If you want clarity, if you want to make proposals, you can make them. We will integrate those proposals into the work that we do. Unfortunately, as I said, when we started today, we don't have much time. We should be done by 10 to 1 or so, because by 2 o'clock, we have to be in the house. So what I'm going to request to the table here, normally when the people have raised issues, we respond to them one by one, and sometimes we take longer to respond. So I'm going to ask the members here today, my fellow honorable members, that we try and be measured in our response that are going to be elicited by questions or comments that are going to come from the platform, so that we can all be done by lunch. So what we'll do, we'll start on the right here, give you an opportunity, you introduce yourself, your organization, and then you can say your say. When we're done on the right, we'll come to the left, then come to the right again, and then to the left, give responses, and maybe by then we'll be towards closure. Provi Mike Luabalo, or you've got the mic? Yes.
May I?
Can we have the hands so that we give you numbers? So you will be number 1, who is holding the mic. On the extreme right there, it will be 2. Next to you is 3. Next to you, there is 4. Then is 5. Red scarf, my sister. Then it's 6. At the back there is 7. You, my sister here. 8. And then 9. When we are done, we will not respond. We will go to the other side. Thank you very much. Over to you, Brad.
Thank you so much, Chair, Honorable Mahmapela. You have been always be a good host, so thank you so much. My question is around the state of readiness of the G20. As you know that the Department of International Relations plays a critical role in hosting the G20. The second one is thank you for what you are doing in terms of consultations of the civil society and the communities. Are you going to make policy recommendations based on the feedback from the communities across the country to the department? Thank you.
Good morning, committee. I'm Cleo. I'm a student from the University of the Western Cape. Yes?
My name is Oliver. My name is Oliver Chikuzore. I'm with Financial Insight and Africa Rising TV.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I go ahead? So speaking on behalf of the students and this wonderful initiative that you are looking to implement, how are you planning on creating access and understandability of these concepts? Because foreign policy, as you mentioned, is not something that is easily understood by your common citizens. So how are you planning on implementing an initiative to perhaps make that more understandable, easy to digest for your ordinary person, so that the comments and suggestions and participation can take place?
Hi, good morning, colleagues. My name is Sean, and just a few questions that I have to the members on the panel is, when we speak of a mechanism that will obviously give power, some sort of power back to the people, how are we going to capacitate and resource it? Diplomacy is expensive, Chair, and we need to think about how we're going to resource this, make it effective. And then another thing, how would we balance, sort of the question I have is that how do we balance transparency with the need for secrecy, specifically when we engage in very sensitive issues around international relations and the negotiations that go into that. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Macintosh Kasembe, the SRC president of the University of the Western Cape. And just recently I've been elected as the deputy president of the South African Union of Students, SAUS. Thanks, Chair. I must say I do appreciate the opportunity and the platform, particularly for students to be able to engage in this kind of dialogue, because I think they're a very important stakeholder across the intellectual base, especially in relation to foreign affairs. So I have some feedback, perhaps some potential strengths about what we've just done here, some also critical gaps that we need to look at, and maybe just 2 questions that I particularly would like to ask the panel. So I think that there's a strong constitutional grounding around this. There's definitely, the concept is well anchored around the provisions of the Constitution in relation to public participation, cooperative governance, and I must commend the Portfolio Committee on doing that. There's a really good level of ambitious inclusivity in terms of making a very deliberate effort to include grassroots structures such as, your villages, your townships, your municipalities, where I think the core is never engaged on that environment. And that's why when we think about foreign policy, we think of it at a hindsight level, but not really at a level where it affects even the core of our people. So I want to commend the Portfolio Committee for that. And finally, I also must commend you for the effort that you've put out in decentralizing the engagement. I think that's very important. Proposing, oversight and symposiums is very something that's important. But in the same sense and equally, there are some critical gaps that we need to look at. And in my submission, Chair, there are about 3 things that I want to that I want to highlight that are very critical, which I think the House is not critically looking at. The first one is that there's really minimal specificity on youth and students. Despite the heavy emphasis on things such as ordinary people, I think there's an astonishing and an overwhelming omission of students and youth in all of this, who form a significant part of the intellectual base and the activist base. The higher education sector is probably one of the most dynamic incubators of international thought and protest culture. Yet students are not, structurally integrated into the symposia, the municipal level structures, the global strategy consultations, and even the international oversight delegations. So to a certain extent, we are included, but we're not practically impacting and influencing the sphere of foreign policy. And I must say that this misses a very vital opportunity to harness perhaps an informed, a politically active, and a globally conscious demographic, particularly in the African context where you have a continent that is by majority, over 50% of the continent is the youth. And so we should be included. And even in the stakeholder engagement, we should target universities, we should target youth organizations. So it's an opportunity that we're definitely missing, Chair. The second one is, I think that, Chair, there's a lack of probably defined channels for practical student participation. The proposal, I think, in my view, speaks abstractly about institutions of higher learning, but does not define which student formations would be represented. Is it SRCs? Is it national student unions? Is it perhaps model United Nations chapters? What specifically stakeholders are represented in this? And how are students able to initiate, not just attend symposia, or not just provide oversight mechanisms? So I think that's something we should be able to look at. And importantly, we should also ask ourselves, are students able to draft resolutions, observe international delegations, or even participate in intergovernmental missions? So that's important. And the last one is, Chair, I think also there's probably a weak integration of global youth platforms. There's no reference to international youth-led platforms like the South African Union of Students, the African Union Youth Chapter, the UNESCO Youth Forums, the UN Youth Delegates Program, the BRICS Youth Summits that are emerging in our institutions of higher learning. So with that being said, and in the submission and the background information I provided, there are perhaps two critical questions that I want to ask. The first one is, in what ways can the people-centered oversight mechanism enable students to draft policy proposals or resolutions on international crises, such as the conflicts in Palestine, in Sudan, and even Haiti? And the second one is around education, capacity, and even global competence. Will this committee make a commitment to support diplomatic training modules or even international relations, civic education in universities, especially in historically disadvantaged universities, where I think the significance and even their setup, the global and foreign policy discussion is a very taboo subject. I say this as a person from the University of the Western Cape. If you benchmark it across other institutions, such as your historically white institutions, they are way ahead in terms of those kind of discussions and initiating them. And the last one, Chair, is, will there be perhaps a national or regional student forums that can feed directly into the portfolio committee's work? With that being said, Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity. I must say that there's a really critical need to just not look at this work at a work of just ordinary people, but there's really hard focus that needs to be put out to institutions of higher learning, particularly the youth and students that are going to shape the narrative of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Amukelani Nkwinika. I'm the Deputy Secretary General of UWC SRC. Firstly, Chair, I think this is quite a great opportunity and we appreciate it, but I have to ask, how can we, as the ordinary people, believe that this committee can hold, can actually bring our submissions to hold the executive accountable when there are resolutions of parliament which are sitting and the executive is not really implementing? I speak about this specifically about the dismissal of the Israeli embassy. I know it was a resolution of parliament, I think it was last year or the year before last, I'm not sure, where it was decided that the Israeli embassy must be dismissed from South Africa, but it's still standing. And this is a question that we must interrogate to say that, what is the committee doing to ensure that the executive actually follows through with this? What is the whole legislature doing to ensure that the executive actually follows through with this thing? And then, not to go to whataboutism, but we also have to engage, as much as the issue of Palestine is a global issue, which all of us are really concerned about. But at the same time, as South Africans, we must engage the issues of Congo, we must engage the war in Sudan, we must engage the war in the SADC region. I know Mozambique was having conflicts as well. So, as a committee, which discussion do we have to advance those issues which are happening in the global south, those issues which are happening in Africa as a whole, not only to isolate the issues which are happening in the Middle East as well. And then there's the issue of strengthening SADC. You know, Chair, I believe that the institution of SADC falls onto South Africa to strengthen it, you know, because South Africa is the most powerful country within the SADC region. We can maybe equate it to Botswana. But I do believe that it is the duty of this committee to ensure that they develop framework for government to ensure that SADC is strengthened to become a powerhouse. It's not only an institution which ourselves we say that there's a SADC, but there are no clear guidelines of what is happening there. And then my last submission comes to educational programs, and this is coming from an educational institution. You know, we had this, I'm not sure if it's still there, but the Cuban medicine program, where students from South Africa used to go to Cuba to study medicine. You know, that was a very, very brilliant platform for South African students to go and learn. So I'm asking, which other programs has the committee checked the government to be doing with other countries to ensure that South African youth do get education, quality education from other countries which can provide, as Cuban has done for our medicine students? Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Zwelesi Jolobe, and I'm a professor at UCT. And being a professor means that I tend to say more than what people want to hear, so I'll try to keep myself as brief as I can. I think the first thing I want to say is that it's a very welcome development, because I think that communication is a systemic issue, I think, with regard to the government. And so I think that any attempt that tries to resolve this issue is very welcome. I think that the key question that I have, or maybe the suggestion, is what's in the concept note. And I think that for me, it was more of what is missing than disagreeing with what is there. I think that's the first thing. And I think that the one thing that I feel is missing, which I think perhaps is a cause of the disjuncture in how we think about foreign policy, is this notion of the national interest, and who defines a national interest, and whether or not there is, or in the purported oversight role you want to play, whether or not that's at the center of how you want to provide oversight. Because when I think about foreign policy, I think about not just the things that journalists like to write about, Middle Eastern issues, Russia, Ukraine, and all these things. But a lot of institutions at different level conduct foreign policy. Mayors go overseas. Companies invest in different parts of the world. All of them do foreign policy. But the big question is, to what extent do they do it in a way that is consistent with what the national interest is, firstly, and two, in the sense that that national interest is something that's defined by people. Because often national interest is, defined by, I don't know, the party in charge, whoever pays the person the most money, all of these things. And so I think that with me, the one thing that I think that any concept note should have is that it should be quite clear in terms of, one, how it has formulated ideas about what's in the national interest, not because of what we think it should be, but what people actually say, like in these forums. And two, in terms of playing an oversight role, to what extent do all these different entities act in a way that's consistent to that? And I think that, apart from that, I think that this is a long, long overdue initiative. 30 years late. But I think that we have it now, we should actually make the most of it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Princess Lorraine Moko, and I am from Contralesa Women's Wing. I'm the national organizer. Firstly, thank you so much for the invite from DERCO and this portfolio committee. It's very much heartwarming to actually see what is happening now. I'm sure it's credit to the GNU, because we never really had something like this, where we are from the lowest of the lowest invited to come and engage with government, and understanding that government is the face of resource mobilization for the country and her people. But what I want to raise here is that the role of DERCO on its own is international relations, meaning that being able to form relations between this country and persons from outside, including the countries that which they come from. South Africa on its own is the destination of choice for most continents, but also it is the host of most refugees in Africa. Now, I want to speak from a traditional leader's point of view, that being the host thereof of the most refugees in Africa, what I am observing is that there is a very huge gap and detachment between government and traditional leaders. And the fact that there is that detachment between the two, it has broken the link that was supposed to ensure a very good relationship, not only in social cohesion, in terms of the love for one another, as persons from the continent and persons from outside the continent, but also it has made it difficult for us to be able to recognize one another as human beings that have to help one another with resources. Now, I want to engage a little bit the presentation that Chairperson you have brought forward. And thank you so much for asking the question, where are the traditional leaders and where must they go if they want to engage with international relations? And thank you for clarifying that in actual fact, they must be able to speak with the ward committee members. But I want to tell you that most of the time, I kid you not, our councillors, our ward committee members usually are ordinary citizens who are not usually empowered with this kind of information. So if there is a suggestion I want to bring to DERCO, is that bring thereof empowerment from tier down up until to the highest, from ward level, not leaving behind our traditional leaders, especially. Because when you speak to resource mobilization, you'll speak to government, but when you speak to the relationship of people within the area, you will have to speak to the chiefs or Izinduni that are in that particular area. The same goes thereof. When you want to link the resources, you will have to be able to link also with the traditional leaders. We have lost that as South Africa. I don't know whether it has to do with colonization that took place. If we are saying that we want to decolonize South Africa, we've got to go back to our grassroots levels and bring back that power our traditional leaders had. You spoke of somewhere along the lines, over 300 years ago, we are trying to rectify that now. 30 years is only 10% of that time now. But then if we are to play this very smart, we need to be able to be specific what we want to do as a country, what DERCO wants to do, and be intentional with engaging once again the grassroots leaders, the traditional leaders that existed. I know that government is still working on itself to try and find out how do we relate with our traditional leaders. It has to be able to say by when, because if we say we are now just over 30 years into democracy, by when do we want to link the two to make sure that we can be able to benchmark with other continents, other countries as well? I mean, I can give an example with Europe, for instance. You can clearly see the difference between the king and the government and how the two work together. This is a traditional leader. King Charles is an ordinary traditional leader, but there is a very good correlation between the two. How do we benchmark and make it work also for us? And I can go on and on, but then my suggestion thereof is to say, please go to grassroots level, invest on education, on empowering. And I'm glad there is young people here from university, there's Prof, there is our high scholars. They don't want to speak politics and all the dynamics of traditions and so on, but they want to see a proper linkage. You have to speak to them intellectually. This is how these things link and so on. But if they don't see that, you lose them, and that's why they are not even voting for any of those political parties. They locked their axes and ticks because of they don't understand what is it really that the role of parliament is, the role of government is, and so on. So that's my submission. Thank you.
kubaphathi benkqubo. Igama lam
I see he doesn't know how to inform you to bring the mic closer to your mouth in closer. That's why he's bringing, he's just bringing the head, so.
no, that's why he's run away from me now.
Okay, take this closer, Mama, there's no problem.
Mandibulise okokuqala ngaphakathi
Hayi, qhuma.
igama lam nguNkosi uKholeka wakwaKupa omele ucontrolesa ongu-deputy chairperson we-province e-Western Cape Province lesikuyo ucontrolesa. Okwesibini abe ngumphathi womama be-South Africa bonke be-National Islamic Sisterhood. Ndizawuthetha isiXhosa ngoba ndifuna ukuyiva le nto ndizawuyithetha njengoba nisazi ukuthi ndiphuma kwindlu ye-traditional house. I have to speak Xhosa, then I will do understand what I'm saying myself. I'm so sorry, okay? Okokuqala ndizabulela kakhulu kubaphathi benkqubo abasiphathele yona namhlanje, ibaluleke kakhulu into yokuza phakathi kwethu ukuza kudibanisa iikhantri ezohlukeneyo zoyi 167 kuba ndiphazama. Ndiyabulela kakhulu ukhulu umsebenzi wenu. Okwesibini ndiza nokucebisa into yokuba ngaba eneneni kunyanzelekile umkhulu umsebenzi ofuna kwenziwa i-South Africa yonke iphela. Ndihamba njengomntu othi ndingu-national komama be-National Islamic Sisterhood but not i-Islamic kuphela. Njengoba ndihamba kwezi province ndifumanisa into yokuba ininzi into esilekishayo ezantsi kubantwana bethu. Ininzi into esilekishayo kwakhona kwii-leaders zethu zama-community, zama-province, zama-district. Ukulekisha le nto isilelayo kubo kakhulu kusilela ukuthi imfundiso. Okokuqala ngenxa yokuba ndithanda ukuthetha ndizawubekwa ndibe ngumntu othile oyi-leadership kube kungekho ingcambu yam yobu-leadership ndingenayo. Loo nto ithi seyifike phaa phambili ndisokolise ndingakwazi into yokuba ngaba ndifundise omnye umntu lapha ecaleni kwam. Ndiyacela zinkokheli into yokuba ngaba masifundisane ngobuntu bethu kuqala eSouth Africa. Sizophuma siphumele kwamanye amazwe. Kulihlazo ukuthi xa ndithetha nomntu wasemali endixelela ngam ngobuntu bam ngobu-Afrika bam mna ndizibone njengomntu ongathi uthetha into erongo. Siyamenywa kumazwe ngamazwe angaphandle kodwa kufumaniseka into yokuba thina apha eSouth Africa kukhona apho sileka khona. Ndicela into yokuba namhlanje njengoba nilapha kule ndlu ze ke niqwalasele banzi indawo yabantwana bethu abangazaziyo ububona babo. Niqwalasele banzi indawo yenkokheli zemveli zomhlaba, i-traditional leaders. Niqwalasele kakhulu loo nto ngoba xa ndithetha noCeba, uCeba uye abone ukuthi ibhodi okanye isibonda singaphantsi kunaye yena azibone ukuthi nguye o-above. Alibali ukuthi uCeba u-under i-traditional, u-under i-chief or the woman okanye usibonda wakhe. So ndiyacela into yokuba ngaba kuyo yonke le nto sikwazi ukuyilungisa thina silapha eSouth Africa sonke. Sihambe ezikolweni zethu sibafundisa abantwana. Ninabantu baphambili bakarhulumente. Ndicela into yokuba urhulumente ahloniphe abantu abangathathi ntweni, abantu abangenanto, ukuze nabantu abangenanto bamhloniphe urhulumente wabo eMzantsi Afrika. eMzantsi Afrika uba ngaba ndingumama ongumama ongathathi ntweni andikwazi kuhoywa ngummelwane wam. Ndicela uthando nomanyano sizokwazi ukuze sizomanyana namanye amazwe singahlazeki. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and the members. Khalid Sayed is the name, Leader of the Opposition in the Western Cape Legislature Parliament. I don't want to be long. I think I've been covered largely by many of the speakers so far, but mine is just with regards to positioning this discussion and focus within the context of the role of provinces, number one. while we most certainly understand that international relations is a national competence, your committee has got the oversight thereof, and often we get into that debate in the legislature space. To what extent do we engage on international relations? So whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Europe, whether it's issues on the continent, we often grapple with how do we find that hook or that space to link it to the provincial realities of provincial oversight. Otherwise, we'll be viewed as if we're trying to engage in petty party politics. So I think perhaps also guidance in that regard would be appreciated. But I think also what one would want to encourage is a working together or a collaborative approach between legislatures and the committee, specifically when it comes to international matters which relate to the executive in provinces. And when those international matters or actions impact, number one, on the national outlook, because I'm of the view that regardless of party politics, South African foreign policy is supreme, and the manner in which we interact outside of the country, we must send a message that we are united, even if we differ on matters. So I think, number one, just that aspect, I think, needs to be spoken. And also, when actions undertaken in provinces and even in municipalities, when those actions impact on the economic realities in provinces, when actions at the international scale or utterances impact on economic realities in provinces. So I think it's going to be important that we also engage in those type of conversations in addition to the grassroots. Then lastly, the UWC student leader raised it, and he gave an example. I don't want to go into that example only, but the nature of international relations, one gets a sense, and I think it's there in practice as well, that while the committee is an important mechanism and Parliament is an important space, with international relations in particular, it's one of those departments where the executive, in the form of the politicians and the officials, tend to run their own show, undermining decisions of committees and of Parliament. We need to find ways to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The 9 speakers on this side who will come to the left. Oh, Speaker, sorry. Speaker Michel, I'm very sorry. For school name here.
Geen probleem. Colleagues, I don't want to rehash what has already been covered, but I do think that, Chair, I think the committee has got a very important role. I mean, for the first time in 30 years, there's no majority government in South Africa. That's the reality of South Africans, and that's what the citizens demonstrated at the previous election. Which brings me to a point that a lot of these foreign policies is inherently what has been a policy directive of a governing party. South Africa doesn't have a governing party, and it's made up of a lot of different political parties. So I do want to urge the committee to perhaps look at foreign policies across the board, and then try and reintroduce, if I can use that word, I think there's nog nie, my Engels is nog nie op vir die dag nie, but to reintroduce policies in collaboration with these kind of structures that you have now set up, to get the input of the citizens, because it's no longer like it used to be 30 years ago. That's the one point. And Chair, and then it would be remiss of me not to highlight the economic impact or impact across South Africa on these policies. We need to look at trade, we need to look at the stats, and we need to become data-driven and no longer have this emotional attachment, because ultimately it's the citizen that is going to suffer if we do not introduce policy that will benefit trade and investment, because that's why we have these relationships. Chair, I think that I will go on and on and on, so I'm going to stop at that. But yes, from the Western Cape side, international relations, and I think the leader of the opposition captured it correctly. When we do engagement with our international partners and the diplomatic corps, then petty party politics is not at stake, in particular in the Western Cape. We do what is in the interest of the citizens that elected us to do. So I urge you to look at the policies of foreign policy directive as a country, so that we can take that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now going to the left. We'll allocate the numbers. We'll start at the back. On the extreme left there, my brother, with you are number 1. Looks like you are from Kosatu. The next one, you are number 2. My sister here, in a yellow striped T-shirt, Kaiser Chiefs like Samko T-shirt. You are number 3. My sister there with a mask, 4. Our traditional leader there, 5, 6. On the extreme left there, 7. You are number 8, our traditional leader, young man, number 9. And then my brother here, you'll be number 10. The little sister here, you are 11. So you are 11, you are the last one. You'll be wrapping up and taking it to the future. And then after that, we will have the table trying to respond. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair of the session. Yeah, my name is Melvin de Bruin. I'm from Kosatu, Western Cape. Let me first welcome the decision to have these engagements. However, we are of the view that this kind of engagement should filter through to the ground. Number 1 is that we need more dialogues at the provincial level, at a grassroots level, to ensure that people on the ground understand what the foreign policy means and how it impacts on them directly or indirectly. We need structured platforms to ensure that the policy reach the man on the ground, reach the worker on the ground. This oversight should also tell us how these agreements will affect South Africa. And there needs to be an assessment on a regular basis so that you guys can say, look here, we think this agreement is not beneficial to the people of this country. So there needs to be proper assessments on this particular issue. We should also, as DIRCO, should use social media and webinars on a more regular basis so that the man on the street can also follow what's happening in this engagements and discussions. Now, all these agreements, international agreements, should talk to the question of job creation. It's important that we have these engagements with international countries, but if the agreement is not for bringing jobs to our country, then it becomes a problem. There's trade agreements through BRICS, the EU, etc. But
but we don't see the real benefits to the working class, for the working class, when we deal with these particular issues. We need to know also what mechanisms are in place to ensure that we scrutinize all those agreements, because ultimately workers are directly affected when it comes to international agreements through BRICS or through the EU and other structures. Our foreign policy should talk to the question of how the rights of migrant workers are protected through the through SADC, international, etc. But we need to know how these workers are protected, because workers ultimately is our concern. Then let me stop here, and then lastly, I think we should have something in place to send a message to the provincial government that they are not a country on their own, that they can't have policies, international policies, that contradicts what is discussed at the national level. What we've seen is that there's international policies that talks to the relationship of international countries, but then you sit in a province that want to run their own show, forgetting that they are not a country but a province, and that they should follow the directive of national when it comes to foreign policy. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson, and the rest of the colleagues here. My name is Egan Dumany, and I represent AFRIU. We are in the agricultural sector. We're also in food processing, retail, and the fishing industry. Comrade Melvin has basically covered most of the issues that I wanted to address, but I must say something, so let me say something. In terms of the deals, international deals, trade deals that we do, hopefully there is a labor impact assessment on every deal we do, because you have cheap imports from the EU, from China, but that has an impact on local jobs. It has an impact on job creation locally. Then labor in South Africa is not an island. We're not an island on our own. We are a global organization in terms of labor. So it is important that we feel it's important that there should be oversight in terms of conditions. If we import, we should know what the conditions are on the other side, on the person or the companies we import. How is that labor conditions on that side? We are not just looking at the local impact. We are also looking at is child labor being used on that side. That is a concern of ours. And then there's the big issue, obviously, that is news, AGOA. That impact, what is that impact in terms of Trump's tariffs, the 30%? How is this going to impact us? Because at the end of the day, we have to do labor wage negotiations, and that tariff is going to impact. We have employers that are going to use that as an excuse and say now, but there's a 30% tariff now on exports, so we can't pay you, and we can't pay you now 5% higher wages, etc. And that's an excuse they are using. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone. My name is Connie August, the chairperson or the convener of the Western Cape SANCO. SANCO is a civic organization. It stands for the community. Thank you also for the invite I'm here with my secretary, Comrade Peggy Hadebe, because he's not going to speak. Now I have to introduce my secretary so that you know that we are all here. And also we are honored to be here. Let me shoot straight. Point number one, when it comes to the people-centered oversight mechanism, as SANCO, we appreciate the emphasis of people-centered oversight mechanism, and we believe that involving the ordinary citizen in the formulation and implementation of foreign policy will enhance accountability and ensure that the benefit of international relations are felt at the grassroots level. The coordination with municipality, given the presence of foreign nationals in municipalities, is crucial to establish structured mechanism dealing with international relations matters at the local level. This will help to prevent confusion and ensure that foreign policy objectives are aligned with the local needs. To the global, let me go to the global trends. Inclusivity and accessibility of SANCO suggests that this session must be made accessible to a broader audience. A typical example I can see, it has been happening already in here, like because we did mention the universities, colleges, but I already see that is really happening of global trends and their impact on South Africa. Feedback mechanism is very important. Regular feedback sessions with grassroots structure will help to ensure that people's voices are heard and their concerns addressed. As SANCO, we recommended that this feedback mechanism be strengthened to facilitate meaningful engagement. When it comes to key recommendations, capacity building. As SANCO, we propose that the capacity building programs be implemented for community structures and municipal officials to enhance their understanding of international relations and cooperation. This will enable the effective participate in the people-centered oversight mechanism. Monitoring and evaluation to ensure the effectiveness of the people-centered oversight mechanism. SANCO recommend also that a robust monitoring and evaluation framework be established to track progress and identify areas for improvement. Our conclusion. SANCO welcomes the initiative by the Portfolio Committee to enhance public participation in international relations and cooperation by working together with communities, municipalities, and other stakeholders. We can ensure that South Africa's foreign policy saves the needs of all citizens, particularly those at the grassroots level. Let's work towards building a prosperous South Africa that benefits everyone. I thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson. I greet all the honorable members and all the stakeholders present. Thank you very much for this opportunity created this morning. Chairperson, my question is a language question. Language as a way to ensure people meaningfully connect with each other.
Your name, my sister?
When I read the invitation, my name is Leslie, and I am a guest to this meeting. Reading the invitation, it speaks to people-centered oversight. Can you please explain to me what that means? Does it mean our oversight over the Portfolio Committee? Or is it the Portfolio Committee's oversight over government's international relations policy? Or is it our oversight over ourselves to make sure that we behave ourselves internationally? I will appreciate your clarity. Then you refer to a mechanism. You launched this morning. Exactly what is the mechanism or the process you are busy launching this morning? And then my last question, Chairperson, is how will you ensure that ethical and unbiased oversight takes place? I thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Chief Galada from the PEC of Contralesa, the Provincial Executive Committee member of Contralesa. I just want to, my approach is that firstly, when we talk about these issues of oversight, as a traditional leader, it seems that into our province is not working, because most of the time we find it out is the approach is top-down approach. The top-down approach, I think now, as pensioners, now we're over 60, but we find out there's no changes. Never believe it, a grown up, going out of South Africa, stay and grown up in Lesotho, because of what was happening in our country before, coming back as a traditional leader, trying to promote your culture, your language, your practices, you find out here into our province, the issue where we've got the issue of our youth, that we promote them from boy to man, that is in terms of initiation, where we've been using even sites of initiations in the province, when the local officials zoning that site, they're not engaging the community. Where we had even the issue of Addens Valley in Stellenbosch, where the initiates, they were using the sites more than 30 years, but they have to vacate by force by the municipality there into that area. As a person who was graduated in 2020, having a national certificate in agriculture, as a traditional who goes to the school, who find out that that subject of agriculture is not implemented into school. How do you make a relation with other countries in terms of that sector as agriculture? Whereas is not even implemented into our own children at school. Now, I think, Mr. Chair, if you can overlook on those two things, dealing with our language, our culture, and agricultural subject into our schools, where we want to make relationship with other countries. Now, it's so difficult even having even a family in Lesotho. I started also to become as a foreigner into your own country, because it's where you find out you cannot even like drive the car that is owned under yourself into other countries, neighboring countries. You cannot drive it into your country. There's a lot of paperwork that you must have it. It seems that it's lawful for you to drive a foreign country's car into your country, whereas you do have something that is showing that it's like you belong to even into that country because you have a family there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, my name is Paramount Chief Dr. Basil Lieberman. If you will allow me, I first of all want to acknowledge my King, the Lord Jesus Christ. Secondly, to get things right, let me acknowledge the King, January, and all the chiefs and leadership. Thirdly, let me acknowledge you as our subjects. Just to get the order right. We have come to a point, and we thank you for this. We thank you that you have brought Parliament to the people and to the rightful people. I also want to acknowledge the professor and also my alma mater, UWC. We have come a long way since those days, where we fled from those that tried to take away what belonged to us. And it will be I will be failing in my responsibility if I do not acknowledge the wounds and the pains of the Khoi and the San Nation. I therefore come with a mandate to represent the Khoi and San Nation, and I ensure each one that is here, you are Khoi and San, because that is your heritage. Culture has changed. Distance has separated us. And I thank the Lord that we have the youth that will be taking over the banner from us, 1976ers, where we had to do what we had to do. And I call upon my alma mater is not to stand back. Don't wait for things to be given to you. We had to take it. The honeymoon is over. I want to concur with the former speaker that the former legislation was written and put into place. It needs to be revisited, Speaker, if I may assist you. Those legislations needs to be revisited. There are new kids on the block. And the recognition of the Khoi and San Nation needs to become a priority and not a secondary and a handout. It is therefore that we, as the Khoi Nation, want to put forward an 8-plan policy for recognition, inclusion, As the representatives of the Khoi and San Nation people, we present the following 8-point plan to promote recognition, inclusion, and economic development. Point 1, international trade opportunities. Establish a partnership with international organizations to access global markets for the nation, for the First Nation. Made products, arts, and crafts. We wear it daily. We walk with it daily. Our children sleeps on diamonds, but they live in poverty. When will we ever learn? Develop training programs for the Khoi Nation, entrepreneurs on the international trade and practices and standards. Let us know how to engage. We've been sidelined. We do not know how to engage. We do not know who to speak to, because the distance between Parliament and its people has been that far. 2, DIRCO support requests the Department of the International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, to promote Khoi and San tourism, cultural heritage at South African embassies and consulates worldwide. Collaborate with DIRCO to develop the cultural diplomacy initiatives showcasing our Khoi and San heritage. Let them know who we are. Let them know that when they took our people here, if I may, just on a small elaboration, when there was a boat that arrived here, Mr. Speaker, there was a boat that arrived here, the stench of that boat, can you remember that stench? Imagine an 1820 boat stacked and racked with Khoi people. The stench of the dead, lest we should forget. Business to business networking, organize business to business networking events to connect Khoi and San entrepreneurs with potential investors and partners. Mr. Chair, do you know that most of our people don't know how to tender? Why? After 30 years, I don't think that we are not capable of. But when you go to officials, as was said, it's as if the official is doing us a favor. It is time that we as a nation rise to make sure that officials understand who they represent or who they work for. Recognition and inclusion. Advocate for the formal recognition of the Khoi and San communities and leaders, ensuring a representation in the national, provincial, and local structures. We do not have to ask to be part of a ward committee. As a chief, it is your territory. Why should we ask or be elected into it when our bloodline determines who we are? Economic development programs. Develop, implement economic development programs tailored to the needs of the nation. The communities focusing on entrepreneurship, job creation, and skills development. The very government that we brought into removed skills development. Where's the old industrial council? Where's boilermakers? Where's teachers? Where's nurses? I appeal for a platform for the reinstatement of those basic skills. That is why the artisans have to be brought in when the culture was from our nation. establish partnerships with government agencies, private sector companies, and international organizations to support economic development initiatives. Cultural preservation. Amazon, hallelujah. You come and you take our land. You build one of the richest square miles in Cape Town. And you want to take away the urn, the very urn that you burnt our ancestors. They used to decapitate them and then burn them in there so that there is no record of it. The dust shall come up and call for it. And therefore the nation is standing. And promote Khoi and San cultural heritage, including language, traditional practices, and historical sites. Collaborate with government agencies and international organizations to support cultural preservation and promotion of these efforts. Capacity building, provide training, capacity building, programs for the Khoi, leaders and community members on the leadership, entrepreneurship, and economic development. Develop mentorship programs. Give us a chance. Gee ons 'n kans. Gee ons net 'n kans. And I will show you how we can build a nation. Before 1820, we built this nation. They came here and they gave us a DOP system. Let me not get emotional. Monitoring and evaluation of established monitoring and evaluation frameworks to track the progress and the process of proposals that are made. Conduct regular reviews and assessments to ensure the effective implementation and the adaptation of the strategies that are needed. It is yes, leaders that have set aside a day so that they can be part of this program. By implementing this 8-point plan, we believe that the Khoi and San people can achieve greater recognition, inclusion, and economic development, ultimately rising from the ashes of historical marginalization, even right up into the period that we are currently in, where we're supposed to be liberated. How liberated are we? When our kings and queens and chiefs have to beg to come here. These are your guests. They should be made, it should be a privilege to have them in your presence. Mr. Chair, and so I can go on. I want to thank you for this opportunity. And I pray that God will bless you, keep you and sustain you. I pray that the opportunities that you will be presenting to us, that we can be the voice of reason to engage with government. Give us a platform, and we will show you a nation that can be the best that ever there was. I so thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, everybody who is here, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Leon Pretorius. I represent the School of Government, and I'm representing the University of the Western Cape. Thanks for this opportunity. I'm glad that some of the discussion now realize, or that the national and the international is linked. Right? We're no longer discussing international and national policy, but we're discussing it in a context that is linked. Also, I remember years ago, talking in the 70s, when I was also a struggle kid, kid in the struggle. I mean, we were doing, talking about international affairs, around South Africa and around Africa, and even when they were teaching in a very different way to now, where we have modern day international relations. You with me? And I think that there has been changes in perspectives and outlook. So I'm going to just go for now with international relations as taught today, right? And our understanding of that today. But even today, there are still people. Samir Amin, there are lots of people, Kwame Nkrumah, all of those people, when we spoke about international relations, they saw it in a particular way. Even if I want to say, especially Kwame Nkrumah, when it came to international relations, he was arguing that if Africa should join together, it was on trade and international relations. All right, so, but I'm not going to speak about that now. I want to say that acknowledging all of the things that the chair said, that after 1994, we were promised capital, because this is in a global context, given our history, but also with a human face. Right? Now, daily we see the struggles of our people for water and jobs and health. Daily, by all spheres, let me put it that way, of government. So I'm not only talking about national government now. I'm talking about provincial government and local government, and even in Copter. I mean, Tirolesa, the Contra Lesa. Right? Daily we see these struggles for water. Now, when we also analyze some of these struggles, we see that there are huge concessions made to, for example, the beverage companies. Beers and Coca-Colas and all of those things that use lots and lots of our water, and our people don't have water. All right? So there's something there's a contradiction, there's something that's not right, right, with these struggles. And we see us building more and more structural institutions, and yet more and more of our people are struggling. And I mean, the changes that we are sitting with today in Parliament and in our government is a consequence of those. That slowly also the human mask, which was very important, the Bill of Rights, very important. Slowly that human mask is also slipping off. And very soon the emperor will be told that he or she is naked. And then I think, we will be in a worse situation than we are in today. But now, let me come to what you said, if you may, Mr. Chair, earlier. I was shocked, if I understood you correctly, that you said you don't get, DIRCO, don't get trade agreements. I'm shocked because I've lived in several countries, and I've also done some of my studies and academic things in international relations. I know that in the embassies there are trade secretariats. Aren't it anymore? There used to be, the second one was trade secretaries of trade not interested in the embassies. That has changed because when you see, so that may be showing how old I am, and that is showing how the progress that we are making, we are no longer informed by trade secretariats that can give us that information. So, but more so, I am shocked when I hear this, because you see, how do the portfolio committees talk together? Is there a forum? Not with us now, just with yourself in Parliament. You know, because what you seem to be suggesting is a DTI as a portfolio committee is not talking to you. You with me? Or other areas portfolio committee is not talking to you. There isn't a joint conceptualization of even the national development program. Right? We're still working in silos. So I'm worried about that when I hear this now, and when I hear the fact that we don't even have trade secretariats and stuff like that, economic secretariats in portfolio, in embassies anymore. Now, thirdly, I mean, and again, as I said, there's the issue of the national, provincial, and local government. You know, when we talk about local economic development, it's seen mostly as a competency of the national, or hang on, it's seen as a competency of local government. You know, we must have local economic development. Yet, my friend Kosato there will also tell you that when large investments come into the country, they come into the country via national government. And the local government then don't know how, and local workers don't know how they relate to these investments. Or, you know, they find that they divorce from these agreements. All right? So for me, that's a big issue. Then the last one was the issue of the youth. I don't know, this is a national disaster that we're talking about. If we look at our population stats, we have a huge bulk at the age of youth. Many of them, 80% of them unemployed. The youth that we see today here from universities and schools, and myself as an academic, we're very privileged. We're very privileged because most of those people are unemployed, but they're not here today. And yet we are talking about them. Now, how do you talk to people about them when they're not even here, without them here? So, I welcome the opportunity to say something, and I wish us good deliberation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Comrade Supra, good morning, together with portfolio committee members. But before, because we are people-centered oversight, my name is Mzwake Bolotina. I'm the Acting Secretary General of Stellenbosch University. And I think because we are people-centered oversight mechanism, it's important that I ask a question, because these questions that we have, they would have needed the chairperson of the Southern Caucus of Pan-African Parliament. So, Comrade Supra, your committee is not here. You are very few. And I think that's what we must talk about, or rather you must engage alone with as a committee. And then the second thing would be, or no, rather my first question then would be that we have an African free trade area in which currently it's in motion. And while that is happening, we want to understand what are actually the steps that this committee is taking in terms of making sure that our businesses and young people are represented in those regional markets. How do they move around those regional markets? And then the second one would be a question to ask this committee if this committee has a strategy in terms of, or rather to increase youth participation. Why am I saying that? Comrade Supra, it would be an injustice as a young person, and I come in a space, I don't speak on behalf of young people. So we have a lot of young people who are studying BA in humanities, majoring in political sciences and international relations, etc., etc. However, we know that these programs with just a junior degree, an NQF level 7, you are not going to get a job. You are most likely not to get a job in South Africa. So what are the steps that this committee, you are taking in terms of, the DECO internships, the foreign service recruitment as well for the United Nations, to assist these young people who are sitting at home currently with degrees. I mean, you'd imagine that if somebody had studied political science at Stellenbosch University, that person is more, I'm looking for this way, a proper way for it. But you have to understand that this person is at a more privileged space because, I mean, you are coming from Stellenbosch University. However, we must make notes and understand as to this committee, the strategies that we are going to use in terms of making sure that these services or these opportunities that are there, the internships and all these other things, how do they assist a young person with a degree who's sitting at home? How do we take those services from DECO back to the people? I mean, you'd understand that last year, after the elections, when people got into offices and stuff like that, they decided and within their offices you have staff. So under their staff, you'd understand it's old people who are comrades of comrades and stuff like that. But the reality and the truth of the matter is that young people are not working. We've got DECO internships that are very limited. Myself included as a almost final year student of Stellenbosch University. I also wish to partake in those processes of applying and making sure that we find expression and we contribute in international relations. But thank you so much, Comrade Supra.
Well, good morning, Chiefs leaders. Allow me firstly to honor God who's the head of my life, and then to give honor to my honorable King Cyril Adriaanse Janari, with his wife, Queen Jeanette Adriaanse Janari, to all paramount chiefs, chiefs, to you, Honorable Chair, members of Parliament, and all fellow attendees today. I am speaking as a Khoisan of Southern Africa, born in South Africa, and on behalf of the Khoisan nation. And I heard earlier on, before I go there, just allow me to commend you on this great initiative that we are launching here today, and we believe that this would really produce the desired outcome which we've heard you speak about earlier on. And I just want to start off by commenting on what my colleague said there earlier from Contralesa. She spoke about traditional leaders and the engagement in international relations. So my first question is, what is the definition of traditional leaders? because I want you to know that we as Khoisan are not traditional, we are aboriginal. We were here first. And I want to base my questions off that. I've got specific questions. Everybody was speaking the whole time. I just want my questions answered, so if you would allow me just to pose my questions consecutively, and I promise I'll get out of your way. Number one is, how will the people-centered oversight mechanism ensure the meaningful participation and representation of the First Nation people as Khoisan in international relations decision-making process, given our historical marginalization and ongoing struggles for recognition? Number two, what specific measures will be taken to address the historical injustice and the lack of recognition faced by us as the First Nation people in South Africa, and how will our rights and interests be prioritized in international relations policy making within this oversight mechanism? The third question I'd like to pose to you is, how will this mechanism ensure that the unique perspective and knowledge of our Aboriginal people of South Africa are integrated into international relations strategies, and what opportunities will be provided for us to contribute and shape these policies rather than simply being consulted or tokenized? Number four, I want to pose this question: what concrete steps will the people-centered oversight mechanism take to ensure that we as the First Nation people are not only included but also empowered to shape South Africa's international relations agenda, particularly on issues that directly affect our communities? My fourth question to you is, how will the mechanism guarantee that the rights and interests of the First Nation people are protected and promoted in future international agreements and partnerships, and what role will we play in negotiating and implementing these agreements? My sixth and second last question to you is, what vision does the people-centered oversight mechanism have for the future of the Aboriginal people of South Africa in terms of international relations, and how will it support our aspiration for self-determination, cultural preservation, and socio-economic development through our meaningful participations in global affairs? And then the last but very important question, what specific safeguards will be put in place to prevent political interference or manipulation of this oversight mechanism? And how will you ensure that the questions raised by citizens are addressed, number one, in a transparent and timely manner, particularly when they involve sensitive or high-stake issues? Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that. Mse ndibulisa kusihlalo, ndibulisa nezikhakamela secangwakhe, ndibulisa nakwindlu yonke. Nditsho ndisithi ndingunkosi ulungelo nokhwaza. Ndilimpondomise. However, I'm here on my capacity as the Provincial Secretary of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa in this province. I am not going to ask any questions per se, but I want to, because a lot has been said, in which I agree with. A lot of questions have been actually asked which I should have asked maybe if I told I was the first speaker or the second speaker. But I want to make emphasis on a few issues which have been raised and make some few comments. I won't be long. Chair, we understand that as a country, we actually operate in a world geopolitical environment characterized by chaos and hostility. We are very mindful of that. We know for a fact that for you, I mean as a leadership of the country, the parliamentarians, all of you at that particular level, you are faced with, you are confronted with difficulties, with challenges, you see, in terms of how do you actually navigate ensuring that our policy positions and then go through, and then we achieve what they actually meant to actually achieve. Having said so, I want to put an emphasis that your approach has been more, the approach of the country has been more diplomatic. I think we as a traditional leadership of the country, we commend you for that. And then we want to say to you, the approach of the country should remain diplomatic. It should not be more, because as the world, we can see that there's conflict almost all over the globe. You see, and that some are saying that it's almost the Third World War, which when they unpack that narrative or that argument, you cannot say no. You see, and then, however, you see, and then it is not yet, but it's actually looming, and we should be then in a better position to actually for the debate in terms of South Africa. Then there was an issue in terms of the national security. Once you actually navigate to and then across the world, I think the professor up there, down there, I think he emphasized the issue of the national security. Hence then, in terms of your approach in almost in all these turbulent environments and then in the world, but your main interest should be to secure and then our national interests and our national security. And then I should think that should be now the priority of the international relations and cooperation and department. Also, just going to another issue quickly, the issue of that this is a groundbreaking initiative, I think undoubtedly, I think we will hope to that anyway, because it is, of course. But there has been not a sentiment, a very clear proposal that we have done a good thing by calling us, and in particular the grassroots leaders, because international relations and foreign policy used to be a purview of the legislators, of course, a purview of the men and women with big and deep pockets, and to some degree, within a purview of the academia when they need to advise in terms of the policy formulation. And then, of course, theirs has been maybe limited to that. Now that you are taking it to the ground, I think we have to actually appreciate that, because you are taking it to the right people, because we are leaders at the grassroots level. But the emphasis as to, I think Sanko put a more emphasis on that, in terms of we'll have to go more deeper, in terms of reaching the actual grassroots, the actual people on the ground. We do have that capacity in terms of interpreting what we have said, communicating to our people, but the issue why we are saying that we have to assist us on that in terms of going to the ground is because of the resource constraints. Or you know all these organizations, you are all product of the grassroots organizations, you know that the challenges we're faced with in terms of resource mobilization. And then we stand, they've got a negative bearing in terms of ensuring that we reach almost all our people on the ground. I think you obviously, you are better positioned and also to communicate that on our behalf, was also to actually agitate for that, across almost all the parliamentary structures. And then, maybe very lastly, or before the last item, the issue of the legislative framework. I think it has been emphasized. I think it's speaker there, for our provincial parliament, emphasized that also. However, we all agree that legislation and policy framework has to be reviewed on a continuous basis because it has to be a living. Those have to be, must be living documents, which brings effect in terms of improving the quality of life of the poorest of the poor. However, I want to make a strong emphasis on that. When doing that, it should not be because of, I want this to be head correctly because I'm not a politician, but it should not be a political issue. It should not be a matter of, yesterday I was on the opposition, now I'm on the GNU, now I'm whatever. It should not be a matter of, because there are almost mushrooming political organizations in our country, which is a very unfortunate development, because it's polarizing almost all the political space. It's not going to help our people in any way. That has to be done in the best interest of ensuring that those policies, they serve the best interests of our people. When you go out there in those countries, at your forehead, and then we have got the interest of our own country, not primarily of those countries. And also, you have to guard against advancing partisan political interests. You have to be advancing the interest of the sovereign state, of South Africa. Last thing, very last now. The question, we know for a fact that some of the issues are not really on your pavement, but because you are also a government and an institution, we have to actually speak to you so that those who are not really coming to us, you can actually pass the message to them. In terms of the borders, I think is more like on Home Affairs or and other departments, but I think in there you have to play quite a critical role. Because the people who are actually coming, and then through those borders to our country, they come from other countries, which then, in terms of your role, you have got a role in as far as I'm concerned, because you have got a role to actually negotiate, to deal with other countries outside our boundaries or our borders. You have to ensure that then our borders, I mean even those, because when we talk about, let's say, the illegal foreign immigrants, we only refer to the African brothers. But I'm talking even in terms of those who come through our land borders, even in terms of those who come, and then through aviation, all of them. Make it a point that then, our borders are not as porous as they are right now. We're not saying that we want to live in isolation, but we're saying that at least we should respect ourselves and ensure that, that we protect our sovereign state, and then as people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Committee and the House at large. I'm Amber Nevenhuizen. I'm the Vice President of Stellenbosch SRC. But do allow me for a split second to just strip myself from my badge, because this is a people-centered oversighted mechanism meeting and not a SRC position oversighted meeting. I would like to speak on behalf of the youth of South Africa, a very important demographic within our nation, and like my SRC colleague had mentioned, a very educated demographic for a time such as this. And I do not want to speak from a place of being ignorant or unaware, because I think the youth in many cases is seen as too consumed by other things besides what is actually happening in the country. And I just want to, they say, bite that bullet. We are not unaware or uneducated or uninterested. We are disillusioned. We are in a place where what we've heard and what we've seen does correspond with what is happening in our country. I love the idea of converging international relations with national relations, but I only have one question. When do we start acknowledging that international relations needs to be focused on people, on the mission that we are here for. Very recently, the Labour Ministry released a paper on adjusting one of our labor policies, but only as a result of an international event that influenced how a labor policy changed in our country. Not the people, not the youth, like Sir said, that is being disgraced by what's happening with labor in South Africa. Not the unemployment rate that is skyrocketing, but an international event influenced how we are going to change a policy that was created to help those who were previously disadvantaged, to help the people. Gonna wrap it up. When are we gonna start actually focusing on the people instead of what are you saying over there, 20,000 kilometers away from me? Your say in my country is going to influence how the people that I chose to serve me, I'm not serving them, they are serving me. They're going to start acknowledging that I'm first to be considered and then somebody so far away from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the matters that have I don't know. If we allow you, it means other hands that also come up, we must allow them. That's just democratic. But if in all the matters that have been raised, whatever you want to raise is not covered, and in the event that in the responses, whatever you want to raise is not covered, my leader will give you that opportunity. Is that okay? Just pay attention so that in the issues that have been raised and how the responses, if whatever you want to raise is not covered, I'll give you an opportunity. Honorable Musa, on the extreme left there, honorable members, is a new member of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations from Al Jamaa Party. There was Advocate Shamima before. So that is the person who is familiar with this process which we started, because she was there when we started from the beginning of the 7th administration. I'm just saying we welcome you, Honorable Musa, to the Portfolio Committee. I know this is your first meeting. To see us and interact with us in this format. We will give you an opportunity to say whatever you want to say based on the issues that have been raised here. But let's just bear in mind that he's new. So in Parliament, there's an unwritten culture that when you are new, we give you that opportunity and we accord you some status of respect because you are new. So we don't disturb you, we don't call you to order, we don't raise hands against you, and so on in the house. So you are protected, totally protected. So you can do that with the rest of us who have been there. So Honorable Musa, we will give you the opportunity to lay the foundation for us. I don't know if you have a mic there. Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. I really appreciate it. And in laying the foundation, I think I am really indeed proud of our participants that have taken their issues today up with the International Portfolio Committee. I think it borders down around education. So many of the issues that have been brought up today are not of a nature that pertains to the International Committee. As much as we resonate with you, as much as we understand the sentiment on the ground, it is true, factual. The feelings that you expressed today is felt by us as citizens in this country. And I admired the lady who took out a blazer earlier to say she doesn't represent the school, but rather the youth. So the question and the expression is more to do with understanding and the education for us. When we're posing questions or when expressing the views, to understand how many portfolios there are in Parliament. And these portfolios are separated. They specifically deal to get optimum value out of the portfolio committee. So this particular committee that we are in is the International Portfolio Committee. And when we're dealing with issues, these issues should pertain strictly to the International Committee so that you can get optimum benefit out of it. We're not saying that some of the questions and the expressions that you have today are not relevant. They're very, very important, but they relate to different portfolio committees, and we need to understand that from an educational perspective. Now, the Honorable Chair has made it known to us earlier that there are three different sectors in Parliament. We have a national division, then we have provisional, and we have local. And some of the issues that you raise can definitely be brought through to local, like the Honorable Chairperson has mentioned earlier, and then escalated through to national. Because a lot of the issues that we're supposed to be dealing with today are supposed to be of an international nature. So that is just, the foundation before I hand over to my colleagues and the Honorable Chairperson. And we appreciate every input that's here today, because I'm given to understand that this session is on YouTube. And once it's on YouTube, automatically whatever your inputs are, I am almost certain that many of the other portfolio committees will be looking at some of the issues that you have raised from your heart at grassroots level. So thank you so much for bringing whatever concerns you, but let us also understand and give the committee an opportunity to address international issues, because this is a portfolio committee for international issues. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chairperson. So I think that the overarching objective of these provincial sessions has been to hear from you, not to speak at or to you. And I know that we have got some very dedicated, skilled professional staff members who are here, who have and will be taking detailed notes. Those notes will be pulled into committee minutes, and those minutes will serve before Parliament. Once all 9 provincial hearings are concluded, our committee will then deliberate in terms of formulating recommendations that will then serve before Parliament. I think certainly one of the most important narratives here today in the Western Cape hearing has been the issue of the inclusion of traditional leaders and their respective constituencies and communities. And I'm very grateful to the traditional leaders and the representatives of Contralisa and royal households and kingdoms, specifically in the province, but across the country, who've come here to make their voices heard. And your submissions and contributions will indeed be recorded in the Hansard of Parliament. It is, I must say, I have very little, as an individual member of Parliament, I have very little experience on the COG to portfolio specifically, and so I am not in a position. I know that we do have a member of a royal household from Umkhonto Sizwe who will probably be better placed to respond to some of your concerns. But please know that your concerns have been heard, they will be recorded, and we would be happy to have follow-up conversations. Where I would suggest, specifically in terms of the Princess from Contralisa, your submissions, ma'am, we have got a very valuable forum in the form of SELGA. And I know that there is direct engagement at all three levels, so municipal level, whether that be a local or a district or a metropolitan municipality, a provincial government, we have a Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape here, and then at national level, I know that that is a forum for robust and bipartisan engagement where politics doesn't necessarily enter the fray and where these concerns are adjudicated and addressed. Chairperson, I think that we may ultimately make a recommendation that we have a specific set of hearings with traditional leaders to hear their concerns out more broadly. I understand that they have, for very valid reasons, felt very left out of the conversation. And so your concerns are indeed heard. So, sir, from UWC, on the issue of the trade representatives, or what we would call trade attachés at embassies or consulates across the world, it is not that the policy has changed, that there has been a cabinet decision that DIRCO no longer staffs trade attachés at embassies. It just simply is no longer happening. One of the responses that the party that I represent in Parliament recently got back from the Minister was how many trade attachés are staffed at embassies across the world, and the response was 0, not 1. So we have made recommendations at cabinet level and within committee, and I think that there is general broad consensus. The recommendations are indeed contained in the budget recommendation and review reports that are serving before Parliament. The recommendation of this committee is that going forward there is greater and more formalized collaboration at the parliamentary level between DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and the respective Minister Parks Tau, and DIRCO. So at a parliamentary level we have more frequent engagements. A recommendation indeed made to our Director General, Zane Dango, and our Minister Ronald Lamola that with urgency, resources are dedicated towards that. Our embassies and consulates across the world should really be acting as the engine rooms, the hubs of economic development. South Africa has the highest unemployment rate in the world. We also have the highest Gini coefficient, which everybody here understands is, of course, the rate of inequality, so the disparities between poor and wealthy people. And there's very little point in having almost R1 billion worth of expenditure on the budget every year on rental offices for embassies and consulates if they're not functioning as engine rooms for economic development and growth. And there is broad consensus in the committee on that issue. Where you speak to the issue of basic service provision, so you mention big multinational corporations using water and our people don't have water. I don't believe that that's a concern for this committee to address. We would be happy to pass those concerns on. Ultimately that comes down to service delivery failures. So I'm unable to respond on that. Then how do we align foreign policy to our local needs? Well, this is the big question, and since the formation of the Government of National Unity, we have a tradition in this committee that we try very hard to work in a collaborative manner and that we keep nasty partisan politics for the public arena and not the parliamentary arena. So I'm certainly not here to bang the drum of any specific set of interests. What I will tell you is that we know that there is no longer one political party in this nation that has an outright majority. We know that we now have a Government of National Unity that comprises 10 political parties, all with very respectively different worldviews. And that indeed presents a challenge, because The constituencies that I represent are very different to the needs of the constituencies, for example, that the Honourable Mohammed Pelo or the Honourable Douglas represent. And so we as leaders, in bringing maturity to the table, need to find a way that we are able to obtain some level of consensus in the way that we are able to represent the very diverse needs of our local communities in an effective, efficient way that doesn't leave anybody out of the conversation and that ultimately does what South Africa requires, which is kickstart economic development, jobs and growth agenda. And it's for that reason that we've certainly, the party that I represent, been fairly vocal in the public space and within cabinet to say that given that we have a 2011 white paper on foreign policy and that one political party had traditionally dominated cabinet, the foreign ministry and government, and were able to therefore implement their foreign policy outlook, in the contemporary context of the government of national unity, we really need to sit down and we need to redefine what that national interest is. What are our key priorities? What is in the national interest? How do we achieve that? Obviously recognizing that at a foundational level, our priority needs to be creating jobs and growth for the people on the ground who vote us into office. And that conversation is going to require great maturity. And I say that because all of us here have very different lived experiences. The legacy of apartheid was cruel and brutal. It was a crime against humanity. We have a history of years of brutal dispossession of land for minority communities. And we have to find a way of addressing the injustices of the past whilst also being pragmatic in terms of accepting the contemporary realities of the world in which we operate and being pragmatic. In my view, that means discarding our former liberation fraternal allegiances, which in my view are motivated by emotive ties, emotional, nostalgic yearnings for historical relationships, and rather being pragmatic in terms of saying who invests in South Africa at the highest rates, who is bringing jobs and growth, who is investing in terms of bringing factories here. Are these extractive industries or are these value-added manufactured goods sectors? Which countries are we exporting to that are buying value-added manufactured goods from us, which are buying raw materials and mineral extracts that should indeed be used here in South Africa to create value add for the people of this nation who own those resources. And I don't believe that it's in our interests either to pick winners and losers, but rather to stop insulting some of our largest trading partners and to be very pragmatic. That comes down to the question that was asked around AGOA and the Trump tariffs. There's been a huge amount of dis and misinformation in the media, and one of the things that I think there seems to be a prevailing misinterpretation is that South Africa has been disproportionately targeted. President Donald Trump announced Liberation Day tariffs across the world. It's part of America's trade first policy, where they're wanting to ensure that the US gets more competitive deals that benefit Americans. As part of that regime, South Africa was informed that we would be getting 30% tariffs from the originally in July, then extended to the 1st of August. In the automotive sector, 25% tariff. Then there's a zero rate on certain raw minerals that go to the US. Now, that's a very separate conversation to the issue of AGOA. AGOA is indeed a more political conversation, and there are two things around AGOA. South Africa exports around 156 billion rands worth of goods to the United States every year. That's significant. Of that, about 76 billion rands worth of those exports are exported under the preferential market access conditions of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. Now, there are two pre-requirements for any nation to be party or included to AGOA. And those are that they must meet certain developmental criteria, one, and two, that such a nation may not act in a way that is contrary to the national security interests of the United States. Now, when we talk about recognizing that our priority is jobs and growth in South Africa and acting in the national interest, putting jobs and growth first, what that means is that we have to understand what the economic imperatives of this nation are and act accordingly. It's not about being a lackey or having an extractive or an imperialist or colonialist master-servant relationship. It's about putting South Africa's needs first. As a result of some of the policy positions that the previous government in the 6th Parliament took, we started to see warning signals coming out of the United States. Now, I'm not going to persecute what some of those were, because I think that these are all very contentious issues and we all have very different opinions. The point is that the United States felt that South Africa was acting contrary to its national security interests by engaging with some of the US's strategic adversaries. And so we started to see some saber rattling coming out of the Biden administration, and that of course intensified when President Donald Trump was inaugurated on the 20th of January. The Republicans of course have a peace through strength approach, whereas the Democrats tend to be more interested in soft power and diplomacy. So we started to see the executive orders come out of Washington accusing South Africa of all sorts of things, including nuclear cooperation with Iran and the persecution of certain minorities and farms. And that has caused a huge amount of anxiety for South African markets, for South African investors. And thankfully, due to the maturity of the GNU, we saw some very mature conversations led by Cyril Ramaphosa in the Oval Office in May. And we know that our teams are hard at work in terms of negotiating on trade tariffs. We're deeply concerned that we're not going to meet the 1st of August deadline, and what that's going to mean is that in our poorest provinces we see industries, key industries, decimated, industries like the automotive industry that exist in South Africa because of the export chains to the United States, and then of course those engender other concomitant supply chains across the world. We're also going to see here in the Western Capes, very specifically from an agricultural sector, some significant fallout, specifically in the wine and citrus markets. So these are things that we really do need to be studiously, urgently negotiating towards. So when we talk about the national interest, these are the questions that we need to be asking ourselves. Does fraternizing with, for example, some of the strategic adversaries of our largest trading partners advance South Africa's national interest, or does it not? Those are questions that everybody here in this room would have very different opinions on. Ultimately, we need a consensus-based approach on understanding what it is that we're working together towards as a nation and being laser-focused in terms of achieving that. Then in terms of the competencies, last thing I'll say, Chairperson, I'm aware that we've got 1 hour and 15 minutes. Schedules 4A and 5A and B of our Constitution set out very clearly what the respective roles of the municipalities, provinces, and national government are. And to our representative from the Western Cape Provincial Legislature, one of the questions that you had asked is, you'd made the statement that South African foreign policy is supreme, and you'd asked the question, how do we ensure that actions taken in provinces comply, was the word you used, with the national agenda? And how do we correct politicians who are undermining Parliament and the department? I think that potentially that would have been a valid question to ask in the context of one political party still having an outright majority in terms of defining what is and is not the national agenda insofar as South Africa's foreign policy is concerned. As things stand, we have no contemporary redefinition of what South Africa's foreign policy outlook and agenda is. What we have is a conglomeration of 10 political parties, all with their various historical relationships and policy agendas and priorities. Therefore, you are going to see a variety of different public representatives engaging with a variety of different actors, and I think that it would be intellectually dishonest to say that that level of engagement would be undermining a certain foreign policy agenda. You have different friends to who I have. We're both free as Democrats and Democratic representatives to engage with those friends publicly and behind closed doors. you engaging with your friends does not undermine the national foreign policy agenda, as me engaging with my friends does not. We're a country of diverse public representatives, 12 languages, 9 provinces. We have different friends, different imperatives, and until such time as there is consensus within Cabinet as to a codified, redefined national interest and foreign policy, I think that it's disingenuous for us to say that we can accuse parliamentarians or members of the provincial legislature of undermining the national department by engaging with various actors. Freedom is one of the bedrocks of our nation. So I would respond that way. Chairperson, that is all from my side. And then just Prof. Jalobe, I wanted to just recognize what you said. We note the question is what's missing from foreign policy, to what degrees are spheres of government and the private sector doing to ensure that they act in the national interest. I think that that's the big question in the room. That's what we're trying to define. That's what we're trying to decide. And South Africa will rumble along. We'll continue to have these conversations, sometimes publicly, sometimes noisily, sometimes messily, sometimes loudly. But that's the beauty of this nation, is that we disagree, we fight, but we're united in our diversity, and we'll continue to have these engagements. So from the Democratic Alliance in Parliament, thank you to each of you for being here. Please continue to keep the conversation going. All of us are public representatives. We account to you. If we don't answer something today, please come and see us. And then lastly, I always remind anybody who I engage with, if there are any questions that anybody in this room would like posed to a minister, please send them through to us. We can submit any question under the sun to any minister in this country on your behalf. And very few South Africans exercise that prerogative. If you're wondering something, how many apples did South Africa import last year? Send the question through, we'll submit it for you. This is the People's Parliament. We act on your behalf, and we represent your interests. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Just give the mic. Okay, that's good.
Barry Mitchell, I'm from Nahau. I just wanted to know if there's going to be a second opportunity, because I think the feedback from the honourable member is both helpful, but I think also sparking some necessity to cover, because I don't think it truly represents a lot of the people's concerns and interest in relation to international relations, and I can hear the murmurings. So if it's possible for us to have a second round, I would plead for that.
Okay. Yeah, I remember what we said was, as soon as the table has sort of responded, we'll look at the watch and we'll start with our leader here, or he's standing at the back. So it's we can't say no as public representatives. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll also try not to be long. Good morning, good morning once again, colleagues. Let me start by appreciating all the inputs that we've gathered thus far. I think they are very helpful, and they assist the process that we are embarking on. This process is the beginning of the end, it's the beginning of the disconnect between international relations and the people, and we all know that how some developments in the global arena, always affect livelihoods and contribute to poverty. But all of the time, poverty is always defined as a national issue, but international relations does have a huge part to play. So we are here to educate our people from all walks of life to know and to have a view on our foreign policy and our international relations stance. So, like we said, this mechanism will be implemented in all municipalities across South Africa, and we will focus even on villages, townships and small towns and cities, as a young person myself, if you'd ask me what international relations was 15 years ago or 20 years ago, I would never been able to answer you. So we want to take it to the people, especially young students, especially in the villages, in terms of career guidance. You know, it needs to start at that level so that they all have an understanding. Even in community meetings, there must be a segment of international relations when we have community meetings in our various wards. So so we have already covered that. We want to ensure that international relations is accessible and transparent. But now the question is always now, in terms of the governance level, how do we link that? So we've been working closely with DIRCO, even when we had our oversight visit in March, in terms of this people-centered mechanism and how we will need to work with them going forward when we come to our various communities, because we want to strengthen South Africa's position in the world stage by ensuring that, you know, our policies reflect the diverse perspectives of our people, and our people are able to actively participate in where we want to move as a country. And we also want to ensure that, because international relations affects those on the ground, we want to ignite a radical economic diplomacy stance, so that even the SMME from any ward in South Africa, and even in the Sarapatman region in the Eastern Cape, is able to benefit from these trade agreements. So we are, as a portfolio committee, are in the process of interlinking, or rather working with the portfolio committee of DTI and also the Department of DTIC, because these departments all work concurrently, even including labor. You know, the labor impact assessments that were mentioned earlier are very important, because all these governments, in fact, most departments work concurrently, but now even in terms of the portfolio committees, we are in the process of embarking on joint portfolio committee sessions or forums rather, to ensure that we are able to be effective in this people-centered approach that we are embarking on as a portfolio committee. And, you know, we need to ensure that all these efforts lead to job creation and alleviate poverty, and ensure that there's intentional industrialization, because we always talk about industrialization and the industrial policy, but it's seldom that you will always find empty factories everywhere you go, even in Dimbaza or in Tanzania, in Germiston, there are so many. So we need to ensure that the words we're articulating now and the talking that we are doing is initiated, but it's only up to us as portfolio committees to measure and to monitor these various departments in terms of the implementation of everything that we are talking about. We are tired of talk shops. You know, we talk a lot as a nation, but now it's time to monitor. You know, the time is to monitor now. It's very important to monitor the implementation of everything that we are embarking on. And you know, we went to DIRCO in March, like I said. We've been having many meetings with them, and we actually went there physically in March, and we were very dismayed in terms of how many the work demographic. We didn't see any young people for that matter, you know, and we've been engaging them about the vacancies. There are many vacancies there, and even the cadet program. You know, the last time the cadet program was there for young diplomats was in 2014, and it was only advertised in October 2024. But I don't think there's not been any. No one has been employed yet. So we are pursuing the employment, because there are so many young graduates in international relations, and even the cadet program also offers a chance for those who didn't even study international relations to represent their country using their various skills through the diplomatic processes. So we are still embarking on that. We are still engaging with the department in terms of that. And then in terms of linking universities and different organizations of young people, the people-centered approach will have forums, because it's going to be a forum orientated. We're already implementing by you being here today, but once it goes to the communities, it will be forums, and various structures will be able to be represented there in those various forums. And then in terms of the SADC issue, yesterday we had declarations, and we even as the ANC supported the draft SADC protocol on the regional parliament. It is a very important matter, and it will be able to integrate our neighboring countries, and we can have a stance as even neighboring countries in terms of how we want SADC to exist. So we did support the SADC protocol on the regional parliament to advance regional integration and enhance all our parliament oversights with our counterparts from SADC. And then the sixth administration, in fact, the people-centered approach is only being implemented now by the seventh administration, but it was adopted by the sixth administration. And then, in terms of our economic diplomacy stance, we wanted to be strategic. We want to build local capacity, like I said, and support SMMEs and align with the objectives of, the African Continental Free Trade Area. We want those on the ground. And, we want to also protect key sectors from exploitative practices and resist attempts to turn South Africa into a low-wage export hub. So we are working on that very hard, and we need those on the ground to uplift their voices to ensure that this goes up too. And yeah, the concern with misinformation continues, and it clouds, continues to cloud the discourse around South Africa's foreign policy and economic diplomacy. So we are clear that our government's approach is based on facts and principles, and not on distortive narratives and rumors per se. So we are very deliberate on that. So I'll just end there for now, Chair. But yeah, we must not be responsible and with the information we share, because it's a very deliberate, decisive, divisive thing to do as especially leaders, representing South Africa. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank everybody for participating today. We found it very useful and very exciting. This is where I thrive. As I said before, my name is Honorable Wesley Douglas. I'm from Umkhonto Isizwe. I'll be a little bit cheeky. Everybody to my left is in government. Everybody to my right is not, right? So our perspectives are going to be different. And the way we see this is going to be different. So that's what makes up this committee, is that we are all from different walks of life, but we see South Africa as one country. And when it comes to international relations, the people out there don't see us as ANC, DA, MK. They see us as South Africa. Now this presents us with the good and bad problems. Let me first look at it from our perspective. One of the main things that I want to speak to is we want DIRCO to be changed fundamentally. We believe it's an elitist organization as it is structured right now. It's not benefiting our people. It's not allowing black economic empowerment to go down to grassroots level. For us, who's benefiting from DIRCO for the last 30 years? It's white monopoly capital. I went to FOCAC, I've been part of international relations since 2005 when I was a member of parliament, and I was serving back then. It was called the Foreign Relations Committee. It was that long ago. And now it's called International Relations and Cooperations. And what I can tell you is that from then until now, I haven't seen colored and Khoisan and Zulu and Xhosa people in China, in the EU, in America, being taken there as part of trade delegations, taken there as part of presidential trips. I haven't seen our people given access to the procurement opportunities that come from international relations. Economic diplomacy is only for white people in this country. And that's what we want to stop. We want to make sure that everybody has an access to economic diplomacy. Right now, there's hardly any trade attaches in any of the embassies. Is that a failing of the South African people? No, it's a failing of this government. And it's a failing of the GNU. Trade attaches are very key at helping us being able to identify the opportunities within a host country and being able to make those opportunities available to our people. You look at the BRICS environment, we've been part of BRICS longer than any other African country, since 2010. And yet, what has it done for our people? What has it done for black business? What has it done for township economies? This year, we are chairing the G20. Does that help our businesses? Does it help Aboriginal Khoisan businesses? Does it help black African businesses? Does it help us to be able to say these young people that have degrees that have been spoken about, they don't know with a degree whether they're going to have a job? There's opportunities in China for us to go and take them and go and train them over there and come back with fourth industrial revolution skills and knowledge. They have beneficiated the entire value chain in China and those kind of places. And we can learn from them to say, instead of us sending our materials out the raw, we need to beneficiate it. We need to build smelters. We can use our resources to free our people. So for us, we want to see a fundamental shift in how DIRCO operates. It must not be the purview of the elite. It must be the purview of the people. It must be a place where a young person can say, how do I link into youth in the United Nations, and how do I link into the youth programs around the world? Where's the opportunity for us to get skills, training, job creation? These are things that economic diplomacy and DIRCO have to answer. So on some of the inputs, when Honorable Powell spoke about nostalgia, about liberation, the reality is we haven't been liberated in this country yet. Not economically, not for black and colored and other people who are of color who were dispossessed of our land. That land justice must come before foreign direct investment. Before we have foreign direct investment, we need land justice. And this government is not speaking about land justice, is not speaking about sovereign wealth funds, is not speaking about how we're going to use our resources to free our people from poverty. What's going to happen? We get more investment. Who benefits? White monopoly capital. They get more agricultural deals. They get more mining deals. They get more. What happens to our people? Nuxie. So we want to see fundamental changes in DIRCO, and that's why we're here with you. We want to hear your voices. How do you access? How do we get the Khoisan people to get their bangles and their arts and their artisans into the foreign markets that's out there? You go and look at other First Nations around the world. They've got billions and trillions of dollars coming from the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which we signed in 2017, but is not applied in South Africa. So there's a lot of things that are still needed to be addressed here. When we look at the trade deficits and you look at trade bilateral agreements, those trade bilateral agreements, do you know why they don't want to send it to us? Because it's only white monopoly capital that's benefiting from those trade bilaterals. It's only them that are benefiting. You look at AGOA. If we lose AGOA, who gets hurt? Who's got the farms? Who's got the mines? Who's got all of that? It's not us. It's not our people. They are the ones that, and let me tell you, AGOA didn't go because of the ANC. And I'm going to say some controversial things. The AGOA went because the DA, the Freedom Front Plus, Solidarity, AfriForum went to America for years and blackmouthed our people and said that we have white genocide. So the blame mustn't be put in the wrong place. This is to protect people's land that they stole from our people. All right? So, ons morsie ons woorde as MK nie. So, when we talk about, and here it comes back to the issue of national interest that was raised by the UWC, Stellenbosch, and many others. What is in our national interest? Is in our national interest remaining status quo, where it's only the people, the haves, the people that historically benefited under apartheid and colonialism and got a head start on the economy and still own the land and the mines? Is economic diplomacy only to benefit them, or is it to benefit all our people? Is it to benefit the NGOs? How's our NGOs and our street committees and our youth committees and our churches and our mosques? How's our people benefiting from international relations? Right now, it's not. So as much as, that's what I'm saying, on my left, you'll hear a different tone coming from this side. Because we're not happy with status quo. Status quo for 30 years has kept our people in poverty. So we as MK, we want to see a real change. And so if you want to know what mechanisms there are for you to use, I can tell you hardly any after 30 years. There's hardly any mechanisms for you as a young entrepreneur to start a business, to get support from government, to get funding for your products, and to take it to the Chinese market. That's bestaan nie. So that's a failure of this government. And unless this government budgets for a change, it's going to be more of the same. So what do you see? The budget reflects more of the same. For the next 5 years, nothing is going to change because you spend your money where your priorities are. And this budget that this government has given does not give international relations a bigger budget. It doesn't give international relations to unfreeze posts, to put young men like that into the diplomatic corps. It doesn't give us a bigger budget to be able to take our young people and train them for the international market. So we must talk about facts and not just talk about nice things. When it talks about things like Amazon, I was part of the campaign against what Amazon was doing. How does that affect international relations? When foreign multinationals get given contracts and land that belongs to Aboriginal people at the expense of those people without consulting those people, that goes against international law. It goes against the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Human People and the TKLI Act number 3 of 2019. So I know I'm going to get pressure from time, but I can talk a whole day. And I can tell you that also we're not very happy with how things are happening for international relations. And I don't want you to get the hunky-dory or amusam kumbaya op dieselfde page. We are very serious about changing this country. But we participate democratically. We participate, and that's what we want to ask you to do. Participate democratically. Tell us what your needs are. Tell us what your questions are. Challenge the status quo. Say, where is the opportunities? How do I apply physically to be on a trade delegation, to go to Expo in China? So these are the kinds of things that we want to deal with. Let me just see if there's anything else. You can work with us through questions, motions. You can contact us directly. You can work through us through our constituency offices. And we can make submissions in writing on any of the issues that you have. And we will be able to support and assist in what way we can. We are looking at things like workers' rights. We are looking at things like opportunities for students to go and study overseas. Do you know that there are billions and billions of dollars in the BRICS environment that I went personally to see at FOCAC and other places? We have been part of BRICS since the beginning, and yet all the resources and all the finances and all the support is going to other African countries. Why? Because we've closed ourselves off to BRICS for a long time. It's only now that we're starting to really work with BRICS. But who's benefiting? Again, it's not colored, black, Khoisan, Xhosa, Zulu people. It's white monopoly capital. And that's the fundamental problem that we're dealing with. Everything that you've mentioned, yes, I 100% agree. But we've got to fundamentally change how we deal with our people. There must be a people's parliament, must be a people's DIRCO, and must be a people's mandate for us to be able to benefit from our economic diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Ngobile Mhlongo. I am deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I want to begin with, there was a question on the G20 question, status of the G20. We have asked as the Economic Freedom Fighters, even in the committee and even in Parliament, that when you speak of the G20 summit and you say there's businesses that are participating, we are shocked because there's no businesses of young people that are participating. We've even advised that there's National Youth Development Agency that deals with funding of enterprises that are owned by young people. Why only go to big businesses and ask them to participate in this initiative when you can also go to NYTA and say, NYTA, give us the entire database of all the enterprises that you are assisting and funding, and those who have applied and unfortunately did not meet the criteria to get funding, and you bring them to participate in G20. We have also said that there's DTCI. All companies of South Africa, if they register, they are registered with DTCI. Go to DTCI, say, we want all businesses that are owned by young people. They've got that database at their disposal. Database of businesses that are owned by women, businesses that are owned by disabled people, businesses that are owned by black people, coloreds and Indians, people who are previously disadvantaged. Get that database, and then you take along those businesses in order for them to participate in G20. We have said that summits of G20 must stop coming only to the big cities. It cannot be correct that when you host a global bodies and have summits, we only bring them to the big cities. We have said that South Africa is not only the metros, the 8 metros. South Africa is the entire South Africa, is Musina, is Ngutu in KwaZulu-Natal, Musina in Limpopo, is Nkomazi in Mpumalanga, it is KSD, Tata, it is all the small villages. They too must participate in development and opportunities that are available for all. So why only take G20 summit to only the metropolitan cities and not anywhere else? You cannot argue that there's no mode of transport. We have asked, when you say that there's a problem in the Northwest, I think we argued when we took this participation in Northwest, that you can't say that people are not able to travel to Northwest. There was an airport in Northwest, has been closed and run down. Then you're saying that tourists will not be able to travel to Northwest. It's a deliberate thing that was done by the government to close down that airport. You ask them, why the route of between Durban and Cape Town, there is no SAA. There's no SAA flight operating between Durban and Cape Town, one of the busiest routes. You see that there's deliberate efforts to ensure that the distribution channels, there's a problem. So those are the questions we must ask ourselves. And then when we went to DERCO, it was very embarrassing. We told them that looking at the employees of DERCO, it's quite embarrassing to see old people alone. You are going to take away the skill and the knowledge and the experience you have with you to the grave or when you retire. It cannot be that if you work in any environment and you see yourself, you are just old people, 50, 55, 60, it's quite embarrassing. You can't take your knowledge, experience, and your skills that you have gained and take it with you. And I want us, Chair, to dismiss this claim that perhaps the U.S. is the biggest trading partner of South Africa. That's a fallacy. It's untrue. Now, on the 30th of May, myself, as a member of parliament, I asked the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation on what is it that they are doing to explore markets in the global south and with China and in our BRICS member partner states. And to really verify, in 2024, where did we contribute as South Africa, our trade partners? The minister says in his answer, this is an official answer from the minister, he says that while the United States remains an important trading partner for South Africa, it accounted for only 7% of South African trade in 2024. Around 40% of South Africa's trade is with Asian countries. As the EFF, we have been saying, let's go to the global south. Let's go to China and leverage the relationship we have with China, which is a historic relationship, to explore different markets and not only want to rely on the US. And then he further says 20% of our trade is with European countries and 20% with African countries. Now, somebody spoke about the Continental African Free Trade Agreement. Let's leverage on that. It is only now that we are beginning to trade with the African continent under that protocol. Let's leverage on that deal. The population of Africa is very big. Now, it begs the question, you know, people are always saying we're attracting a lot of migration to South Africa. There's a reason for that. South Africa is seen like the big brother of the whole African continent. If we were to produce a South African car, there's no African state that will not want to buy that car. Why? Because everybody wants something. Every African wants to have something that comes from South Africa. We ask them, when we speak about trade deals, why are we not nationalizing mines and say anyone who wants to mine here in South Africa must ensure that you bring your machinery, and when you mine the gold in South Africa, it must leave South Africa as a finished product, not as a raw material. Because when we leave, our minerals leave as raw materials, they go to create jobs for other people while our people are unemployed. There's a problem of unemployment in South Africa. Majority of our people are unemployed. But on a daily basis, if you are living anywhere near where there's an ocean, like here in the Western Cape, in KwaZulu-Natal, and in the Eastern Cape, in the ports, when you see trucks lining up there, you must know that one truck is carrying thousands of jobs of young people. Those are jobs that are living. When you think what is living is a mineral resource, when you see coal leaving South Africa, that is a job that is living. Those are jobs. They are living to create employment for other people while our people are unemployed. Those are the things that we ought to change. Let's leverage our deal in the global south. Let's go to global south and explore new markets and not be misled into believing that South Africa's biggest trade partner is America, when it is not true. There was also a question that maybe we must relook the foreign policy. You know, my colleague here said, you know, when you start listening to us this side, you're going to get a different picture. He was correct. Now, the GNU partners, they were quick to jump into the gravy train. They overlooked sections of the Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa says that foreign policy and international relations of South Africa, that's according to the Constitution. It said the president is ultimately responsible for foreign policy and international relations. It's the Constitution. They jumped into the gravy train because they were blue lights in ministerial positions. They did not discuss the fundamental principles. They were saying, we need to keep EFF out. Yeah, you kept EFF out. You voted for president. The president is leading foreign policy and international relations. You go, if it does, you can't swallow it. Drink lots of water. You're going to swallow it. There's problems for you. You created a problem for yourself. Deal with it. Foreign policy is headed by the president. Unfortunately for you, it's the Constitution of the Republic. Amend. There was an opportunity now, Chair, in Parliament to amend the Constitution of the Republic. People miss that train. If you ask them, okay, because we've got a problem with it, did you participate? No. So these people are taking us for a ride, and then they want us to speak, to try to help them in the GNU. We're not going to help you to govern. We're going to show you where you have weaknesses, and we are going to provide credible solutions, and we are not going to take them because we are allergic to being assisted. Now, the other issue I want us to speak about is that the program of Cuba of taking students to go and study medicine was an important program that was led by the Department of Health and provincial governments. We have asked previously in the committee that can DERCO provide us with programs offered by different countries as opportunities. There's bursary opportunities, there's study opportunities overseas. But let's get all the, we said let's get all the ambassadors that are here of the different countries to share with us what is it that their countries are offering South Africans, and we make that list to be a public knowledge, and we share it with our communities, and we take it, we said it must be taken to universities, it must also be taken to high schools, because it is learners in high schools who are doing grade 11 and grade 12 who must see this opportunity and apply in advance for these opportunities. That's what he said. If you take something to the Department of Basic Education in high schools and in universities, then all young people will have access to these opportunities. That's what we said. And we're waiting for feedback on how that is going to be implemented. Now, when I speak about the issue of China, I want to show you something about the tariffs of Trump. Chair, there's information that we just received this morning. The Chinese economy grew by 5.2% in quarter 2. And their industrial output grew by 6.8%, reflecting an increased demand for Chinese export, despite the dumb and ridiculous tariffs of Trump. Because China is bold. They've got a backbone. South Africa must have a backbone. We must be bold. We must say that, okay, you've got funny business with us. You've got your companies here. Every day we're told, now there's a Ford. Ford is not a South African company. They are assembling the parts here in South Africa. And on condition that we don't manufacture a South African company. You are excited that BMW is here assembling parts to make up a car. The condition is that South Africa must never produce their own car. Why are we happy with such trade agreements? We are given a dummy, a pacifier. We are being pacified. Hey, man, there's jobs, people are working. On condition that we must not have our own product. We must not manufacture our own product. It can be. We are told that there's wines here in the Western Cape that are exported on a daily basis, right? Ask a simple question. How many of those wines are black, colored, Indian owned? You'll be embarrassed. We were last told in the committee meeting that only 5 companies that export wine are only black owned. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they don't own the land where they are farming those grapes. So that's where we are. Those are the things that we must change. So when we change these things, it needs all of us, and it needs us to be very honest. Now, the impact of AGOA, I think it has been spoken about. We are where we are because there's NGOs like AfriForum, Solidarity Movement, and political parties represented in Parliament, FF Plus, Democratic Alliance, that they think they can go anywhere in the world and badmouth South Africa and want to present themselves as if they are the government that can present a foreign policy to the people. They need to take accountability for that. And as the EFF were the first political party to welcome the revolutionary movement, move that was done by the president of firing the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, Andrew Whitfield. That was very progressive. It's in the Constitution. A minister and a deputy minister, they must get permission from the president if they wanted to leave South Africa. They can't go and present foreign policy anywhere. They've got no role to play in that department. So we're very happy with that. And let's look for alternative markets. America fired our ambassador, Ibrahim Rasool, but they want to send an ambassador, Ponzel. As the economic freedom fighters were waiting for him. We know the American embassy there in the city of Strand. They are cowards. When the president in Union Building signs his credentials, we'll be there outside protesting. When we leave Union Building, we're going to go to his embassy and we close it down. And how do you close down the American embassy? Every day, just protest outside their doorstep. They close offices, so they don't work. So the embassy will be sleeping at the hotel on a daily basis, not going there to report. because they fired our ambassador because they don't want to hear the truth and be engaged that there is no genocide here in South Africa. There is no crisis of farm matters. There's no such thing. They allow only white people. We asked the delegation that the president made. Who chose it? Trump even says, I'm the one who told the South African president to bring me my friends, the golfers. What kind of a president gets to be instructed by another president who are a sovereign state that ought to be respected, that has every right to form their own foreign policies and implement and take care of our domestic affairs without interference by anybody else? And the sooner we adhere to that, the better for all of us. And we must continue to support the people of Palestine against genocidal Israel. South Africa must continue the fight at the ICJ and ensure that Israel is held accountable for the crimes and the genocide they have committed in Palestine. And if we are really progressive, Chair, in closing, we must then call for South Africa and SADC region and the African Union to relook at the decision they made, I think in 2017, when they readmitted a country like Morocco into the African Union. Morocco must never be part of the African Union while they still illegally occupy a country like Western Sahara. The Western Sahara people are oppressed and colonized by their own African brother, Morocco. South Africa must not have diplomatic relationships. You can't colonize our own. And we must relook the relationships we had like with the country as well, like the Kingdom of Eswatini. There is no democracy. The political leaders and political parties are banned and exiled here in South Africa. They live here. Political leaders of Swaziland live here in South Africa. They are exiled. They are banned from going back to the Kingdom of Eswatini. Why? Because there is no democracy. If you ask the people of Western Cape, on a daily basis, ordinary people interact with tourists, interact with foreigners on a daily basis, starting from e-hailing services when they collect foreigners at Cape Town International Airport. That must still be renamed, by the way, to Winnie Madikizela Mandela International Airport. So, our people don't undermine them and think that they don't know how to interact with foreign nationals. They've been doing it for decades. From checking in at the hotel, it's South Africans that are working there, they interact. E-hailing drivers, they pick them up at Cape Town International Airport, OR Tambo, King Shaka Airport on a daily basis. So let's take the discussion to ordinary people and ask them how to interact, how to want South Africa to perform economic diplomacy. What are the national interests? It can be a national interest that you sign a trade deal and we're continuing to allow mineral resources to live as raw mineral resources out of the country. If you can check everyone who's seated here today, ask them, how many of you are wearing a jewelry that you bought at American Swiss? There's no mine in America, yet you are wearing a jewelry from American Swiss. Anglo-American is a British company. They came to steal and exploit our mineral resources to create jobs for their people. And we must relook in allowing Israeli to continue to not have or to have visa requirements. People of Israel, when they visit South Africa, there's no visa requirement to visit South Africa. Hence, on the Comrades Marathon of 2025, we saw the participation of Israeli soldiers. Here, they visited South Africa, and it was allowed. We have cut diplomatic ties, meaning that the Home Affairs must do their job and review visa requirements and impose visa requirements for Israeli citizens, so that when they apply for visa, the visa does not get to be approved. We decline their visa because we don't have any diplomatic relationship, so that we stop any Israeli citizen from visiting South Africa. That's how you do things. But in order for those things to work, there must be coordination and harmonious work of all the different departments to work together. A department can't work in silos and say, this is our department. You can't have agriculture minister signing trade deals, and when you want to call him to the RCOPC committee, he says, no, that's not my committee. No, this work of parliament must be integrated. We're holding you accountable like that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Ngobile and the honorable members. As you know, I'm the chair. Yes, I'll come to you, Papa. I'm the chair of the portfolio committee, so one of your responsibilities as the chair is to try let us be able to engage our counterparts, workers who are progressive in the US on the trumpeting trumpets of the US tariffs as workers and talk as workers and say, this is our view on these trumpeting trumpets of the tariffs from the US, and as workers, this is how we want to rally society behind our own perspective on the tariffs. So that you can then come to us here and say, yes, COSAD, we have spoken to the workers both in the West and the East, because you must also speak to the workers in China about this economic growth in China and say, the workers in China, how have they benefited from the growth? In the US, we must say, how have the tariffs impacted on the workers, because the workers themselves are responsible for households which are swimming in poverty. That's number two, solution number two. Solution number three, on the G20, and I want to make an example with the Aboriginal people stroke traditional leadership. No one will invite you. So don't expect an invitation. I'm suggesting here and now, yes, a video is recording us. I'm saying here and now, when we leave here today, your executive must sit down, write a letter to the government and say, you have established yourselves as a G20 sector. And you want the G20 Sherpa that is in DERCO to come and meet with you. Right? So you give a date, a time, and a venue. And you say you are invited. The Sherpa of the G20 is the Director General of DERCO, Mr. Dango. So we'll say to Mr. Dango, there's now this platform of the G20. So do your own G20. Invite DERCO to your G20 so that you can then be able in November to be there on the table at the G20 where the heads of states will be there. You are not breaking any law. It's in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. You are simply coming together as South Africans who want to be heard. Right? Next solution. The Aborigines, Khoi and San and so on, were not at CODESA. If you look at the history of CODESA, the negotiations, the Khoi and the San people were not there. They were not represented. So this is not Movango. It's not myth. It's the truth, right? So which opportunities are there? We have now moved 31 years. There's a national dialogue sitting. The national dialogue. And in the preparation for the national dialogue, the Khoi and the San people, Aborigines, are not represented in the team of the eminent people. So my suggestion to you is that using the Constitution of the Democratic of South Africa, when we leave here, write a letter to the presidency and say, we as the Aborigines, the Khoi and the San, we see a vacuum there in the eminent persons team. Here with the names of 2 people that will be representing us in the team. So we are not asking to be represented in the team because the president is the product of the people of South Africa. Right? It's a democratic process. So that's another solution. Next solution. On the ground, in the ward committee, there's always tension between traditional leaders and councillors. The problem, part of the problem, is in the Municipal Structures Act. So one of the things we must do, and I'm going to urge our traditional leadership, Aboriginal leaders, sit down and look at the Municipal Structures Act. So that you can say to us as public representatives, this is how we want to change the Municipal Structures Act in terms of representation on the ground. And the law allows you to do it. So please, let's go and do it when we leave here. But in addition, on your own, you've got the right to talk to us directly. So from tomorrow, if you want to talk to us, you can write to us, you can email us, you can do what, so that we start immediately. So when you finish whatever meeting you are going to hold, you can update us and say, we met, this is the update, we would like you to help us in the following areas. So we can do it, we have got no choice, we are public representatives. Trade attaches, DTIC and DERCO in the embassies. The committee has said to the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, when you look at South Africa's economy, you look at whether it's Bureau of Economic Research or whatever. Stellenbosch people are here. It does a lot of research on our economy and so on, and other institutions that does empirical research. South Africa's economy for the next 4 to 5 years will not grow by beyond 2%. I'm saying this because the budget that gets to be allocated is derived from the economy, right? But what gets to be allocated in terms of the formula, there's a structure in government called the structure that does the recommendation based on the MFC, municipal, not municipal. The FFC, not MFC, the FFC, the Finance and Fiscal Commission, right? So the Finance and Fiscal Commission, based on the performance of the economy and other variables in the equation, they make a recommendation in as far as allocations are concerned, right? So these variables between now and 2029, 2030 will not change much. There will be a change of 0.5, 0.7 based on empirical research. So we said to DERCO, because these variables are not going to change drastically, what it means is that your reason not to have attaches in embassies based on constrained budget, it means the budget will remain the same. So if empirical research says the budget is going to remain by and large the same until 2029, 2030, what is the solution? And we came with a proposal. Because DERCO has got people in embassies and missions, change the job descriptions of the employees of DERCO. Remember, DTIC, Trade and Industry, is looking for staff to go to the embassies. We will not have the staff because the budget will not change. Remember, the variables remain the same, right? So we said the solution should be change the job description of the staff of DERCO because they are already there, so that the work that was done by trade attaches of DTIC must now be done by the staff of DERCO. It's not new people. They are there. So the work will be done whilst the economy might not be growing. Variables remain the same, but you have a solution. So we have made that proposal to the minister. We hope when we meet, he will give us the feedback. Another solution. When you look at the African Union scheme for the year, this year, it's reparations. It's reparations, why? Because there was colonialism in Africa. But the AU did not say what are the practical things for each one of these 55 states. It didn't. It just said it's the year of reparations. So I have a proposal to make. The Afrikaners, after 1948, when they took over from the English, they introduced our currency. This currency we have in South Africa was introduced by the Afrikaners, the rand. Right? The English had the pound. So it was the English under the Queen, there was the pound, because we were belonging to the Queen of South Africa. Then the Dutch came, later they became Afrikaners. And in 1948, after that, they introduced the rand as our currency. When you look at trade between South Africa and the European Union, the scale is hugely tilted in favor of the European Union, partly because of the currency. There's colonialism, but partly because of the currency. Because the rand to the pound, this thing of the Afrikaners, to the pound, to the colonialists, is about 23 rand. So we are caught in between something that was bought by the colonialists, the English, which is the pound, and this one which was bought by the Afrikaners, which is a weak currency, which is the rand against the pound. And we have not done anything to this currency. So Professor and other researchers here, maybe you can help us on what are the modalities we can use to replace the rand with something that represents all of us. Because the rand represents the Afrikaners, right? Doesn't represent all of us. It's in the Constitution, so it's one of the injustices of the past. It's in the preamble of the Constitution. One of the injustices of the past is the currency, the rand. So the second proposal linked to that on the economy, I think as part of the AU's decision on reparation, Prof, please help us. We must motivate a well-researched empirical paper that says, because you colonized us, when you trade with us, because we are not equals, because you colonized us as Europe, as part of reparation in line with the African Union decision, resolution, the theme this year, let us make sure that when you trade with South Africa, we use the pound and not the rand. Because when we use the pound to trade with the EU, it means it will be at 23 rand. Which means the EU, in monetary terms, they will be losing about 22 rand. If this thing was, they are buying at 1 pound, and it's 23 rand in our rand, in our currency, it means it will no longer be 23 rand, it will be 1 pound. So the 22 rand profit, for me, is a reparation in line with the African Union decision which was taken for this year. They are paying reparation, but they are paying it indirectly through currency. Right? So when they trade with us, let us use the pound. Whilst the professor there is working on a paper to replace the rand. It's replaceable. In Botswana, they did it. Remember, Botswana was using the rand. Today, they are using Pula, which is 145 to the rand. Pula, yeah, in Botswana, the currency. You can see it every day there. You know, you can Google. Go to Google, you'll see it. It is there. So, Prof, help us. But at the same time, let's be aggressive on the EU because they colonized us as part of reparation. We're not breaking any law. We are just reinforcing what the African Union is saying. It's a reparation through currency. Another solution, young people in the universities, the leadership of the SRCs and so on, please make sure that every week, you don't need permission, every week you meet in all the campuses throughout the country. All the campuses, right? And discuss trade agreements that South Africa has with the rest of the world. And when we've discussed the trade agreements, look at two opportunities. What are the opportunities for young people in all the trade agreements? And how do we make sure that practically, how do we make sure that these young people benefit from the trade agreements? Because my belief is that you must start becoming an entrepreneur whilst you are at university or college. Don't wait to finish your studies. There's nothing that says you cannot become an entrepreneur whilst you are still studying. Yes. You can be an entrepreneur whilst you are still studying. So look for those opportunities and become entrepreneurs. But don't stop there. Another proposal must be, take these trade agreements, and you must volunteer as young people to say, you working with us, you want to familiarize the grade 9, 10, and 12 at high school, secondary school. You want to familiarize them with the trade agreements so that they themselves, whilst they are still at the grade 9, 10, and 12, they can decide whether they still want to proceed to university, to college, or they want to become entrepreneurs because there are opportunities within the trade agreements. Because for you to be a successful entrepreneur, it doesn't mean you must have a degree. Right? Look at the billionaires in the world and tell me which university gave them doctoral qualifications. All of them, including Elon. From Pretoria, Elon Musk. So, Bafuetu, I'm urging you, the leadership of the SRC, provide leadership. Insist on the trade agreements. Sit down with young people, both at secondary school, universities, colleges, drill into these opportunities in the trade agreements. That's how you are going to deal with unemployment. Another proposal to you as young people. In South Africa, we've got schools which benefit from the school nutrition program. Now, the total number of schools in South Africa is 26,000 schools. If you were to see a school as a site of possible business venture, it means we've got 26,000 possible business ventures. Before you talk classrooms, just a school. Before you talk classrooms, because you can break down the school, each classroom can become a platform for entrepreneurship, where in every classroom you supply the tablets, you do the training on the tablets, you supply data to the tablets, you do the training on how to operate the tablets, you do procurement of the tablets, you supply uniform in the classroom, you supply the food in the classroom, and so just a classroom, you can become an entrepreneur. So, SASCO, no, not SASCO, the leadership of the student movement. There are 26,000 schools. Please go and do the homework, right? And say, how do we turn every school and every classroom into a platform for entrepreneurship? When you have done that study, you must now take your management to task. We are there, we will help you, we are students. Will help you so that you can convert that into entrepreneurship, then you deal with youth unemployment easily. Easily. I'm just giving you one example on what you can do. Now, there is a Afrikaanse verbond begrafenis ondernemingsbeperk. Afrikaanse verbond begrafenis ondernemersbeperk. The acronym is AFBOB, right? So many of us don't know the full name. So I want to say something positive about the Afrikaners. They've got this thing called AFBOB, right? We are almost all of us, the majority in AFBOB. Where did it come from? Afrikaanse Verbond Begrafenis Ondernemingsbeperk. False cars. The other one was what? The banks. False cars. The Afrikaners. United. And those banks of the Afrikaners, it was a response by the Afrikaners to the onslaught on them by the English. Right? Fast forward. So I'm coming to our Aboriginal people by making this point. Fast forward. The Afrikaners have now done something. They formed a company which deals with Karoo lamp. Yes, by law now in South Africa, the entire Karoo, if you are not part of that Afrikaner verbond thing of the Karoo, you can't produce Karoo lamp. And they are working very hard on their culture, not to lose their culture, their language and so on, right? They are using the constitution. So the Aboriginal, our leadership, do something worse than what the Afrikaners have done. When we pass on, let us not be buried by Afrikaanse verbond begrafenis ondernemingsbeperk. Right? Let us have and say, hey, dang. Yes, let's have our own thing. Let's have our own bank. All these things are you can do them, they're in the Constitution. So come together so that we can have our own things. Insurance, own things. That's one thing that Afrikaners have done and have succeeded in doing. You're not going to eat Karoo lamp. It's worse with beef called wagyu. Yes, wagyu. That beef, it originates from Japan. It came to South Africa as an embryo. But today, you can't enter the forum of the wagyu cattle if you don't have the money to affiliate, and you don't have the cattle, and you don't have the land and the feet. Right? And the skin color. So, we are here to work with you, our leaders in the Aboriginal society, our traditional leaders, to break the egg so that you can get the omelette. I will ask that we try and do that. Now, let me say the last two things. Young people and the professor from universities, please, I will suggest that you work a paper that will say that Africa must become one state, right? One state. We can't call it USA, United States of Africa. We can call it Union of African States. So that all the 55 countries, we can come together, we become one country. You know why? Because in 1944-45, between November and January, there were gentlemen in Berlin, and the influence came from Portugal. I mean 1884. Thank you, 1845. And they decided that they're going to divide Africa into little enclaves called countries, right? And these little enclaves have brought tension among ourselves, wars among ourselves, division among ourselves. We can't unite. Because some gentlemen, they were all men, sat in Berlin and decided to divide us. And today we are cherishing the little enclaves. We want to strengthen the borders more, want to put soldiers at the borders, and so on. We want to make it worse ourselves. So part of the solution, please, Prof, let's work on a paper on the possibility of having Africa as a country, one stock exchange, one defense force, one police, and so on, one country. You'll still have the 55 as federal states, like in America and Germany. There'll still be federal states. There'll still be elections in those, but you'll have one United States of Africa. That state, that country will be equivalent in population to China and India, which means it will be us. China will be the third. It will be India, it will be us, then it will be China. Then we'll be a superpower if we do that. And it can be done because it was done by human beings. So we can undo it. One of the other things in the paper that we must cover, it is this 1964 decision of the OAU. Because they took a decision, the gentlemen then, that they are going to leave the borders as they are. The colonial borders which were drawn in Berlin. So the Constitution allows us to do that. Now, our Aboriginal people, if you go and look at the proposals which were made on constitutional review, I made a proposal there that we must, in South Africa, have the fourth arm of the state. And that fourth arm of the state, my argument there is that it must be an arm that is controlled by Aboriginal traditional leadership in South Africa. You know why? Because before white people came to South Africa, there was a way in which we were governing ourselves here. Right? So we've completely removed the way we were governing ourselves, and we have replaced it with the European way of governing ourselves. So it's in the Constitution. So I'm saying let's push it harder and suggest that because we are doing 30 years next year of the South Africa's Constitution, let's push that thing much harder to review and amend the Constitution so that we can have that fourth arm of the state with its own budget, everything, policies, and so on, standing on its own. That is how, my sister, what you were talking about, that there's a king in the UK, which is true. It was the queen, now is the king. So they did away with our traditional leadership and Aboriginal leadership here, but they retained theirs that side. That's how we'll go back to where we began as African people. It's in the Constitution. So next year, let's push it during the constitutional review and work together. So those are the responses from us, our audience here today. I don't know, Mehrotma, you wanted to say something? I don't know whether you still want to say it before we close. You are covered now. Okay. Where's the mic? And then you'll be the last, and then we wrap it up.
Two.
Firstly, I want to introduce myself. My name is Ashley Pinar. I represent the First Nation People Cultural Film and Theatre Association of South Africa. The aim of this association is to promote our culture, the Khoi culture, Khoisan culture through theatre as well as film, promoting it so that it gets through to our local people. I want to just throw three questions in closing quickly that the chair can answer himself because he's been quite eloquent. So I would like to know, how could we as a organization, how would we go about if we would like to become part, would like your support in allowing us to set up a national promotional campaign going into all our schools to educate our Khoisan youth in our schools so that they know where they come from, their heritage, their belief systems, our traditional belief systems that we used to practice, and bringing all of that back to our people. Currently, our Khoisan people in the local Cape Flats is seen as disruptive people that have there are certain areas of chaos, and I want to clarify why there is chaos. If you take Prince Charles out of the royal house, out of the royal kingdom that he's currently in, then you take him out there and you put him in Alces River. Give him a month, his survival mechanism will kick in and he will learn to fend for himself. And in the same way, our Khoisan people have been taken, their birthright has been taken away from them. And due to their birthright being removed, they have been left in confusion. Their identity has been stripped from them. Even I'm glad that the Stellenbosch University is here, because some of your people, researchers, has actually destroyed some of our cultural heritage in our caves and taken it for research. And instead of approaching our people first and finding out whether it's kosher for you to do that, there is definitely structures that need to be put in place from the Khoisan perspective, but we have made a lot of headway. So I'd like to just finish off on a lighter note by making a suggestion to the panel, to saying for 30 years we had a system called BEE, Black Economic Empowerment. I think for the next few years we should focus on empowering the Khoi by implementing the KEEE, the Khoisan Economic Empowerment.
define for me?
You can just hold the mic like this, yeah, closer to your mouth.
Can you hear me now? Chair, first I need to introduce myself. My name is Chief Charles Paulak Haika. I am the National Executive Committee member of Control. And firstly, I would like to commend you for this noble gesture. This is a milestone. This is something that should have happened more than 30 years ago. We appreciate it and we are welcoming it. And I've got only 3 concepts that I would like DECO to define for me, which is 1, ownership. Hello? 1, ownership. 2, custodianship. 3, and public service. By ownership, I refer to land and minerals. By custodianship, I also refer to land and minerals. By public service, I refer to you as the people who are supposed to be serving us as the kings and queens, being the custodians and the owners of the land. If DECO can expand on that, I think my day will be a fruitful one. Because there is something that is missing, and it has been happening for a long time. I think our public servants have missed their mandate. There is a great deal of disjuncture between public servants who happen to be politicians and the traditional leaders. There is this attitude that you, as the public servants, have got more authority above traditional leadership. That thing needs to be rectified. When I come back to custodianship, kings are the custodians of the land. And the people are the owners of the land. And politicians are the servants of both the kings and the owners of the land who happen to be the people. And that is a primary function that DECO need to try and inculcate amongst yourself as public servants, and inculcate as you are starting this new venture of being a what? A people-centered oversight mechanism. We need to change the narrative. And lastly, I've got another point which I would like to stress and overstress, and that is DECO, you need to insulate our economy from the tweets of Donald Trump. When Donald Trump tweets, the trumping Trump, what do you call him, trumping? Yeah. When he tweets, his ignorant tweets, that should not affect us. It has become a norm that when, something happens in America, that thing affects our economy. It affects our food. It affects our fuel prices. It affects our electricity. That thing has got to come to an end. I'm grateful to the speaker from EFF when he said, America is not as powerful as we think they are. It's very, very shocking to hear that they only, in our trade partnership, they command about 7%. That is totally unacceptable. Now, DECO needs to redefine your mandate and understand where we stand as the people of South Africa. In those words, I would like to end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and my apologies for being late and wanting to speak whilst I was late at the meeting. I've just got one remark to make. It's not a question, and it's a pity the honourable member that raised some of these issues is not here, because she used the word pragmatic diplomacy, and I find that very difficult to swallow. The honourable member is basically saying that we must balance economic interests and profit margins over the lives of people being killed in Gaza. And I think this is the same honourable member that took a visit to Israel. So the pragmatism that she's talking about is a facade. We must be pragmatic while we as a government, a country, are still sending coal to Israel, ostensibly arming or assisting in funding that genocide that's taking place. So it was just a remark, and it really frustrated me. Pragmatism in the context of what? In the context of human rights, our constitution, which is the principal driving force of the state. And then the last point is that the honorable member said that perhaps our attachments to Cuba, to China, are nostalgic. I wanted to really get an honest answer from the honorable. Why idolize the USA? What is so great about the USA? It's a murderous regime that perpetually, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, kills tens of thousands of people, innocent people, on a yearly basis. And they're funding one in front of our very eyes right now. And the honorable member has the audacity to say that we must be pragmatic whilst visiting a genocidal state. It's unacceptable. I mean, does she not read the room? This is the Western Cape, where you have 200,000 community members on the streets marching for Palestine. Come on. So I'm sorry about my emotion, Chair. I just think that it's a very important point that as South Africans, we want to be on the right page of history, and we are, by continuing this ICJ case. The last point, then I'll maybe is our economy is expected to grow 0.5% over the next 5 years. That's intentional. That's because of poor macroeconomic and fiscal planning. That's because National Treasury is fixated with neoliberal austerity measures. Budget cuts, hoping that the deficit will fall, then we'll eventually get growth. We saw that in 1996, GEAR, the class project. That didn't work. To grow the economy, we need to pump billions of rands into infrastructure projects to make sure these young, brilliant
Yeah, what we'll do, the speaker, is the speaker coming back? The speaker and the deputy. Okay. Because we were going to request the deputy speaker to close for us, but the speaker, because we are working with them, honorable member, we will ask them very soon to convene a forum like this, where, for instance, the Minister of Finance must be called in a forum like this to come and answer questions like the one you are raising on fixation with certain approaches to the economy. That's one. Two, in the same forum called the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, to, among other things, deal with why the resolution of Parliament on Israel has not yet been implemented. Because we have spoken and spoken as members and so on. So it's better if the grassroots is the one that will be posing that question and insisting that it has to be done within a particular time frame. So, honorable member, because you are still here, Honorable Khalid, working with us, we don't have to wait for another round. That forum can be convened, where the three ministers, GTIC, DERCO, and Finance, can come and interact with yourselves. It will not be us, we'll be doing oversight on them and will be on your side. One official thing I must say, honorable members, Honorable Powell, what she was saying is not the position, it's not the official position of the parliament. That's her position. What is the official position? Official position is that the case in the International Criminal Court on the genocidal Israel, that case will remain until its logical conclusion. So that case will remain there. And we have agreed as this committee last week when we were approving the budget that the line item on legals or legalities must include a budget to deal with this case. So that tomorrow we are not told there was no money, that's why we didn't pursue the case on Israel. the genocidal Israel. So that's the official position. Another official position relating to that is on the embassy. There is a decision also by Parliament, is the official position. So on that day, Minister Lamola will have to then deal with this matter because we have done our work. In as far as the embassy is concerned, the ambassador is concerned of Israel, we have done our work. So the grassroots must then get those answers directly from them. We'll call the media so that the media is there so that the rest of South Africa can get the responses live from the minister. So Honorable Khalid, this is very official. We are mandating you, working with us to inform the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker that one of the things coming out from here is that the provincial legislature of Western Cape will convene some kind of a forum. If they don't convene it, the portfolio committee will convene it. We'll invite them, where we will have the ministers having to respond to the issues that have been raised here. So we will do that. And in the end, we want to thank everybody who came here to come and participate in this people-centered approach that the portfolio committee has introduced. South Africa's democracy is under construction, right? It's under construction, so we are not yet there. We are far from achieving a united, democratic, non-racial and non-sexist society. So it's still under construction. It means other things will continue to improve on them. You see, it's only 30 years later where ordinary people are going to talk about international relations. It does not happen. So we are introducing it for the first time as part of construction of this democracy in the Republic of South Africa. I wish, that's my own dream. I hope that one day every household, through a gadget, through a phone, can directly be able to communicate with the president, the ministers, the deputy ministers, Parliament, the Speaker, directly, right? Without hindrances in between, which means if I'm a president and I'm in a conference, my phone is off. When I knock off from there, one of the things I do is to sit with the staff and they showed me all the correspondence that came from people and the preliminary responses. I look at them and say, this one is okay, this one is okay. Maybe this one requires a meeting and so on, and we respond to people. So it's my wish that we can reach that stage, and that will be true participatory democracy if we do that. Currently, there's still bureaucracy. You can't reach leaders in government and so on. So those barriers will have to be broken. Young people in universities, I hope you have heard me, right? On what you must do, don't wait for us. In the universities, please embark on a revolution, and that revolution must be unstoppable, right? You've got the platform now. We didn't have, we're under apartheid. You've got the platform now, under democracy. Use that platform, become aggressive. It's only aggression that will bring revolutionarism in the campuses. And the revolution from campuses in universities will then reverberate throughout the entire society in South Africa, and we'll be able to that revolution to change our society. I'm going to ask that somebody pray for us to close and pray for the food and for God to continue to bless us all. He must just give us blessings, all of us, massive blessings to all of us. I don't know who will pray. You'll pray. Okay, let's pray.
Let's stand. Father God, we come before you in the name of Jesus, and we thank you for this time that we've had. We pray that you bless the work that we've done. Help us, Father, to change this country, to bring peace to this country, to deliver our people from poverty. We bless the food to our bodies unto your service. Bless the work of the committee. Bless our leaders, Lord, and may your peace come to South Africa finally, and may justice come to South Africa finally. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much. There's lunch. There's an announcement here. Loba, you can announce. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This was a success. Very happy. We are happy. We are happy.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable guest, lunch will be served at the hotel restaurant on the ground floor. Lunch is at the ground floor.